to another place.
You sitting there?
I am. I'm moving, so I tried to pack today. Didn't go well.
It's okay.
I was overwhelmed. I was like, I can't. And I sat down.
Yeah. Hey y'all. Good to see y'all. It's been a minute since we've done one of these live shows, correct?
Yep.
Been a little bit. It's been a little minute.
Life and rescheduling.
Yeah, life and rescheduling and life again and rescheduling, and so the next one that we do actually was is going to be sooner than later. The next one that we should end up doing should probably be, what's your schedule like on the 29th?
So I have to be out of my apartment by the 29th and
Oh,
do
sure.
like a walkthrough. It's
Okay.
actually going to be a pretty bad day for me.
Okay. Can you do the 6th of July?
I can.
All right.
There'll be no movement. Just
Okay.
me and my place, my new place, hopefully.
Yeah, I don't know if it's been months or not. No. Miss Marvel live show was, believe it or not, was actually a month ago. It was, oh, it was a little over a month ago. It was on April 27th. So it's been, things have been hectic.
Things been moving along. Sound
Things
like an
have
old
been
one.
things.
Things have been thinking.
Things have been thinging. That is a great way to describe it. Things have been thinging. And
Yeah.
so here we are. Um, what's everyone reading besides the book that we've read? Have y'all been reading anything else this month? How's your reading going so far? I mean, still in the, well, I don't like when months start off awkward like this because it's technically the second week, but it's really only 8 days. It's really weird. I hate when like it's
Yeah.
like that. It always throws me off. So it's technically the second week of June, but it's still like the first wave of reading. So have y'all read anything interesting? Are you currently reading anything? Um,
Yeah, I decided to make this month unbearably ambitious. And I'm never in life have done that before. And I have no idea how I'm going to finish these books. I really want to, and it'll be a miracle from God if I finish them. I'm just being honest.
how many do you have on your list to finish this month?
Well,
I'm gonna take my hair out too while we're on this live because I gotta
oh,
multitask.
no, live your life. I don't remember how many. I know that I have 7 manga to get through. Um, and then I have, so that's my physical TBR, 7 manga.
Okay.
And then I had a physical book too, but I already read that one. And
Okay.
then I've decided to, I was going to keep this a secret, but it's no reason to keep it a secret because I'm not going to do anything with it, I don't think. I want to start reading all of the Temperance Brennan series. I've only read like 2 or 3 here and there, but I want to finish like the series. But it's 21 books, so
Jeez.
I want to read the first 4. But the audio books is long. The unabridged versions aren't that long, but I feel like that's not the book, or is it the book? I don't get unabridged and abridged,
Unabridged is the full book.
and but the abridged ones are like
Is
half the
it's
time.
yeah, it's shortened.
And like what's taken from it? Like I just feel like
I
I'm
don't
gonna
I don't
miss something.
I don't know. I think it depends on what abridged edition you're reading of a book, to be honest with you. Sometimes they do that, like I know with schools sometimes they have abridged things of books to make, they try to keep the main, I think they try to keep the main plot, but a lot of the details of it are left out to make the text shorter.
Uh,
So I typically stay away from abridged stuff because I always feel like I'm missing something.
yeah, that's why I can't
Yeah.
read it. But
Yeah.
I've I'm halfway through book 1, and I want to finish 4 to 6 books of the 4 to 6 of books of the first series this month, and then I want to finish all 18 books of Pretty Little Liars. So, as of today being the 8th, oh damn,
That shit
it
hurts.
looked like it hurt it.
Oh, that hurts.
Mm, that's rough. Well, yeah, and I've only read the 6 books in Pretty Little Liars.
Do
So
you want to
the
finish the
month
whole
ain't starting
series
off
this month?
strong. Yeah, I want to finish that whole series this month.
Oh, you are being super ambitious. Nothing wrong
I,
with that, though.
I guarantee you it won't happen, but I'm keeping it in my mind as a goal.
Yeah. Is that it?
Yep.
Like, was that not enough?
You're like, I need 1,000 things. I need you to say more.
um, so let's see. I don't know, man. I feel like I've been all over the place with my reading. Um,
Not me laying fully down.
which is nothing new with me being all over the place with my reading. I've been trying to finish up the Wicked Villain series by Katie Robert.
Mm-hmm.
I have one left, and the second to last one, which was a Polly and between what would be like Ursula, the Little Mermaid, and you know the. I guess he would have been the prince. I don't know, but anyway, it's like a Little Mermaid retelling, kind of, sort of. Um, that one fell flat for me, so I'm kind of like,
Oh,
yeah, it was not good. Like I was bored. It took me forever to read it because I was bored out of my mind.
she said it
So
didn't give.
it didn't give it all, so now I'm nervous about reading the last one. I am still reading what's the daggone thing? The Lost Hero?
Okay, that series.
Yeah, but I'm annotating it, so it's taking me a long time to work my way through that one. Um I just finished my first Cat Sebastian book, which Cat
What's
Sebastian writes queer historical romance.
oh?
Yeah, and this was an historical romance, and I liked it. It's a 4-star read for me. Um, this month I have a I have a lot of stuff planned for this month, but I don't know what I'm gonna necessarily get to. Work is crazy. We're coming up on the end of the fiscal year.
Yeah, that's busy.
Yeah, this is the fiscal year ends on the 30th of this month, so
Hmm.
it's a lot going on. I'm trying to keep up with my reading, but mm, mm,
I just know this month I'm reading a lot by white women, and it has been years since I've read, like, in a month, read a few books, like a lot of books by a white woman.
mm-hmm,
And man, I just find myself just pissed. Like, there's just so many parts where all of these authors are just missing the point
yeah,
and saying things that I'm like, why would you write that?
yeah.
So I don't know.
Um, I have been reading quite a bit of YA lately. I haven't really been touching adult stuff. Well, now I am because of the Katie Roberts stuff, but I hadn't been really reading a lot of adult stuff. But let me tell y'all, I know I talked about this in the video I just put up yesterday. Confessions of an Alleged Good Girl, hands down, is going to be one of my best books of 2022.
Wow. Is this a
Yeah.
horror thriller mystery? What is it?
It's neither of those.
Wow. I
I'm
can't read it then. That's done.
I'm so sorry. It is a YA contemporary that tackles purity culture, and
Oh.
it is really good. It is very
Hmm.
sex positive, and um, I mean, I read Joya Goffney's debut last year and liked it, which was Excuse Me While I Ugly Cry. And
I
um,
feel I feel like I've heard of that.
it was good. It was good. And so when she was coming out with this one, I was like, oh, I'll definitely check it out. And I read it and I was like, holy crap. Like, you ever get a feeling when you read a book and you're like, holy shit, I want to reread that book again?
Yeah, that's me
Yeah,
every time
that's
I
how,
read a black classic.
yeah,
I'll be like,
that's it.
yeah, I can do this one more time.
Yeah, that's exactly. As soon as I finished it, I was like, dang, I want to reread that book. I had to return
Yeah.
it to the library, so I went and bought a copy.
Dang. The amount of books I gotta return to the library. Cause
We don't want to talk about that.
it's bad. And
Mine is bad too.
I have to go get a book from the library now that I remind myself volume 6 is there. I should go and get that.
Well, I'm trying to see what everybody. Jessica said, I'm really getting into Katie Robert. This isn't normally a jam. See, my issue with Katie is that Katie can write a good sex scene. And she's very good at creating the polyam relationships and her romances that are MMF, which I like because it has the men interacting with each other as well.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but her plotting is not the strongest. And I have noticed that is that her characters are cool, the steam is good, but her plotting is usually a hit or miss for me. And I need to read her the new one that just came out in the
Wicked?
dark. Yeah. What's it called? Wicked Beauty.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to read that one. That one just dropped, and I need to pick it up. But like, I like the second one in the Dark Olympus series. Wasn't a huge fan of the first one because I was trying to figure out why everyone was so in love with the first one when I didn't love it as much. Um, but that's because the her plotting in the first one was horrible, and it's the same thing that I'm finding with like the Wicked Villain series is that she can write some really interesting characters and the relationships and the smut is good, but her plotting can be trash.
Mm. Have you side note, have you started reading single issues of Saga?
Nah, I haven't had the
Yeah.
chance to pick up the last few single issues, to be
Yeah,
honest with
I think I read up to 57
you. Mm-hmm.
and I stopped cuz I kind of want to binge. I just keep getting my heart broken at the end on the last panel of every one. And I'm like, just give it to me all in one shot.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
tired of this.
I I have actually not been keeping up with. Well, that's not true. I've been reading and invested in reading some really really random comics. Like I checked out Power Rangers. It was a complete really random thing for me to do, and I was like, I want to read all the Power Ranger comics and their spin-offs.
It sounds like you living your life.
I am. I also checked out on Hoopla. There's this anthology, which just so y'all know anthologies are a hit or a miss. So some of this stuff is good, some of it's not. Be Gay Do Comics. It is fruit fly in that season, and they are killing me.
Listen, it's really the gnats because I got plants. I need to put some more neem oil on them. But hold on, let me show you. The other day, this place was selling these tall ass bamboo sticks. I had to get 4 of them. And one of them, look at her looking all happy and straight
Oh
up.
wow,
Yeah, she's about close to 6'2", 6'3".
that's pretty.
I ain't gonna lie, that plant, I've she's gender fluid. One moment she, him, they, living it up.
Living it up.
But yeah.
All kinds of way.
But hold on, let me show you this plant. I thought it was gonna die because I took it from its home. And
Mm-hmm.
look at That new, that's a
Yeah, I'm about
new
to
one.
say new one,
And then
right?
this is a new one coming in. I'm excited. All right, now we're about to get a new leaf right here, and it looks like me adding like switching up my what is it called? My fertilizer. This one ain't gonna come out like this one because this one don't have any like striations, but this one
Mhm.
will. I see them already, so I'm excited. Come
Listen,
on through. She don't have a name yet, but I'll give her one.
you know what? I like my locks after a two-strand twist now.
Me too.
Yeah, I do. I think I need a two-strand twist, and then after a couple weeks untwisted. I really, it's stupid. I really like the way that they look after a two-strand.
They do. They look real cute. Did you do the two strand or somebody else did them?
Nah, somebody else did it for me, but
Listen,
I
I
got
suck
it.
with them. I suck doing myself, so I just do the pipe cleaners. But this is how my hair been for weeks because I just don't care. I just ugh.
Uh,
I can't
it's been
do
like that.
nothing
It's
about
been
it.
like that.
Huh?
I said it's been like that with me for the past couple of weeks. Was a yeah, because I told you this weekend was a mess. Because we were talking, and I told you, baby girl, meltdown, child. Oh, guess what? You'll be so proud of her. She is now peeing in the potty by herself.
I love that for her.
She literally, I don't know what happened. Like, because like we've been talking about it. Like I let her like watch me use bathroom and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And something clicked this weekend. And she just stopped and she looked at me. She's like, Mommy, can I go pee pee potty? I said, yeah. So she went in the bathroom, did it herself, and she went pee pee.
Uh oh. Wow. That's less diapers.
Money saved
I know.
because gas is almost $5 a
Man,
gallon.
gas is $58 an hour. So the fact that my girl going to pee, I love that for her. Can't stop.
Like I was so proud of her last night because when she got up this morning, her pull up, I just told her, I said, I said, do you have to go pee pee potty? And she said, yeah. She went and she filled the whole thing up. And then I checked her pull up and it was barely wet. I said, oh, so you didn't really go pee pee last night either. I said, oh, look at my big girl.
I love that. I
Oh,
ain't gonna lie. I shouldn't be a mother because I'm gonna just let you run wild. Paying for diapers? Oh, you just gonna have to be free willy in the bush, behind the bush.
but
I just
some
feel
parents
like
some parents do that, especially I've noticed that with boys. That's how they handle potty training. They just kind of let them, they're outside,
Papa
just
Squad.
pop a squat.
Listen, last week, my friend, they live on one of the reservations up north, and her grandma lives like literally in the middle of nowhere. So we end up uh like getting our wires crossed. I came way early than they
Hmm.
were. Then they went
Hmm.
somewhere, and was gonna be back by the time I was supposed to be there. But I came early. Man, I had to pee so bad. I just picked
Pop the
a
squat,
bush,
pick the bush.
and I went
Child,
ahead and did the Lord's work. Amen. Because
amen. Because it be like that sometimes.
I just know, no, ma'am. If I gotta go, oh, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna
So,
go.
really, just random change of subject because I just thought about this. Has no one been talking about the sequel to the Gilded Ones? Have you seen anybody talk about it?
No.
And it's okay. So let me
Have
tell
you
you,
read it? I have not read it because I heard there was a lot of violence in it that I didn't want to read at the time. Yeah, the merciless ones.
so I bought a copy. I pre-ordered a copy. It's 450 pages,
Who, baby?
and I pre-ordered a copy because and it got a no. What is that?
Not a book lover
Ah,
freaking out. I feel like what's up with these authors and these long pages? Because I heard that Blood Mark is over 600 pages.
Child, they do that with these YA books now. They be like a million.
But
But
that's for
nobody
adult books. That ain't for YA.
but but the wild thing about all of this, I have literally heard no one talk about it.
Have
That
you
bad
read
boy
it?
came out like no, because I want to reread the first one.
Oh, yeah.
But I've heard
Nah.
literally not a soul talk about it. And I'm like, what is going on? Well, you know what? Maybe it's just me. I feel like half the stuff I'm reading right now, I don't hear anybody talking about.
Yeah, same.
Like,
I
I
want to
just,
talk to
I don't,
somebody about Kathy Rice, but I don't know anybody that reads her books like I do.
it's the strangest thing. It is the strangest, mm, I don't know what, maybe, because maybe I don't know what people are reading now. Do you know what people are reading, right? I
I
don't.
do. People are loving Verify. Um, they're loving the Katie Roberts series. They're loving Heartstopper. Um, there's a lot of books I can't think. There are books I'm not reading, not because I
That's
don't
what I
want
just,
to.
that's why I said, I
It's
just
just
feel like some of the stuff, like, I was surprised. Like, when I had read The Lesbiana's Guide to Catholic School, I was shocked that I had not seen more people talking about that one. I was like, what is going, I haven't really seen many people talking about Marvelers. Like
oh yeah,
I haven't
yeah,
seen many people. I'm just thinking about the play that Amari and the Night Brothers got. Like Danielle's book is not getting as much play, and I actually ended up liking it.
yeah. I haven't read that one either. I'm not gonna lie. I'm at a point of my reading career where I have just switched almost hard to just read what I want to read. Because
Yeah.
for a while, oh girl, that was Lent. That was you played yourself. For a while, I would just read what everybody else is reading because of the FOMO. But now I just be reading all kind of strange shit, and that's okay.
Maybe Jessica, I should rephrase. I've heard people talk about it. I haven't seen anybody read it yet. Besides Isabella. Like that's it. But I haven't seen, I don't know. It's just weird to me. It's just weird. Like I don't know. I found that book. There was a book that I read last month. Um, that was an import from Brazil, translated YA book, which I had never heard anybody talk about the three guys who two of them tested positive for HIV, and just the whole book in general. Like I don't know. Maybe I'm like you, Bree. Now I'm just getting to the point. Like whatever I want to read, I'm gonna read. Like
Listen,
life is too short at this point, man.
it's a
Like
good place to be in.
yeah.
But I feel like I'm in a series thing now.
Hmm.
I just want a long series. I just want something to take me through 15,000 pages of shit. Take me through.
End of the day, my opinion is open. Pat, what do you mean? And are you talking about the Marvelers, or are you talking about the Merciless ones? Because I really want those Waterstone editions. But
Listen, the fact that we don't have Waterstone here,
it's a bunch of
and I
crap.
don't even know how do one get Waterstone here.
It's a English based business. You probably wouldn't.
Listen, I'm gonna have to tell Gavin to go back to his old job and get me some
I'm
copies
done.
of
I'm
something,
done.
and I'll pay you for the shipping.
Child, the shipping is a mess. Anyway, y'all, we've been talking about the most random stuff for the past 20 something minutes. Let's talk about this book.
Let's talk about a book that I read years ago that touched my soul, and we're reading it again.
This was Bree's suggestion, by the way,
The
because
best we
Bree
can
had read this one before. So Bree suggested. I had never read this. This one was new to me, um, and it made me cry.
do. Miskeen.
Yeah, it made me cry. I don't because I didn't read any descriptions of it or anything like that. I just went in and just read it. And so I knew that it had a little bit to do with, well, a lot to do with, but I knew that it was related to Vietnam, but that was it.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know anything else about it. Um, and so a couple of things that I loved about it, and Brie, I'm so interested in seeing like your thoughts from reading it years ago and reading it now. Like if you picked up on anything different or anything like that. And I know it's one that eventually in the future I'm gonna want to reread. It was a 5-star read for me.
Oh, it continues to
Yeah,
be. It
yeah,
was
it was a
then,
five
it
star read
is
for me.
now.
And not just because I thought that the information was great, but it tugged on me emotionally. And reading this, reading reading this one as a parent messed me up because I think while I was reading it, I was thinking about my own complicated relationship with my mother
Mm-hmm.
and how she was saying at the end, like the complexity of like how we kind of view our parents, the lens in which we see our parents through is not in totality who they are.
Yeah,
And
they got
as
layers.
yeah, and we don't see our parents as people a lot of times. And it's easy not to see our parents as people because they're our parents, and sometimes it's easy to disregard. Not saying that any impacted trauma is justifiable or anything like that, but I think it warrants or it gives some explanation as to why our parents are who they are, which is what I think she was getting at. Is that like in the beginning she talks about how her father was just this angry guy,
Yeah,
and
and she was
like
afraid of him.
she was afraid of him, not realizing until she did her own investigation that that was an extension of his own fear and trauma that he faced as a child. And for me, it was tough reading that because my mother and I have such a we have such a and I don't want to say tumultuous because I don't think that's the right word, but like for instance,
Some
it was a big
tension.
deal. It was a big deal that my mother told me that she loved me this morning. You know, and understanding that part of that is not my mother just trying to be cruel or that she doesn't love me, but understanding why she's always been so verbally hesitant to say it from her past life. And I think that just seeing that, there are other humans who go through the same things and just seeing that on page, it tore me up. And then when it comes full circle and she's talking about her son at the end and not wanting to, that stress that her parents carried, she always felt it. And she's trying not to have that same impact on her own child. And I know for me, it's the same thing where I've carried, partially the feelings that my parents have brought, and I don't want to give that to my daughter, but you just never know if you are or if you aren't. You don't know. So
Literally, all we can do is try.
yeah, and
Just try
being
not to be assholes.
but then being gentle with yourself too, because I think as a parent, like when she was talking about like how stressful it is, like people don't tell you stuff like that, and so you don't really give yourself a lot of grace as a parent. And that's something I've struggled with over the past like 2 or 3 weeks. Like being completely transparent, I had a breakdown last week and literally was just a complete mess last week. And I was telling someone, I was like, I don't even feel like a competent parent
Mm-hmm.
sometimes. And like I had to be reminded, like, you have to give yourself grace too, because nothing about parenthood is easy, and they don't tell you how difficult it is until you get in that situation. You're like, oh shit.
Yeah, and if it was easy, everybody would do it.
Everybody would do it. Yeah, everybody would do it. Yep.
I commend people who decide to raise children and mother children, parent children. Um, it's just something I don't see myself doing. That shit looks hard on
It
so
is.
many
It is.
many levels. And I also like at the end, towards the end of the book, and we can go through the whole book, but towards the end of the book, I remember highlighting a part where she was talking about, like, she realized that she was battling not even with her father, but like the shadow of his demons.
Yep.
And I think about that a lot because, like, oftentimes, like, I know, like, I just feel like oftentimes with my parents, like, I'm dealing with the trauma that they've experienced. And then a lot of times I'll feel it in myself. Like today, I was just like, oh my God, I'm like, have all this anxiety. I'm anxious. And why am I anxious? And then when I sat there and thought about it, I realized it wasn't even my anxiety. It was the
Mm.
anxiety from my dad in similar situations that was passed on to me.
Sheesh.
So it's like, when I have those moments, it's kind of like messed up because I'd be like, damn,
Yeah.
like, and I'm just really afraid to pass that on
Yeah.
to a kid. And I also don't think I would be a good mom. Like, I feel like I'll just be raging around.
You're very nurturing.
I
You
would
are.
be
You're
so
very,
major.
and I know that parenthood does test those limits. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you could be a nurturing human, and then you get a kid, and you're like, hell, no, I'm not going.
Hell no. Yeah,
Yeah.
like, what if, and I don't know, I mean, I know how I, like, auntie slash parent my nieces and nephews, but that's a little different.
Hmm.
um
I really respect people, and I'm hoping that there's a cultural shift that's happening with respecting people who make the decision, not to have kids. Because if there's one thing that I've done since I've had my child, is I do not lie about how hard it is. I don't sugarcoat it. I don't even sugarcoat um childbirth anymore, because
Listen, they didn't in the book either, delivering the
they didn't.
placenta too. Jesus.
They don't. And you know, and with the whole idea that people romanticize it, and that it's bodily trauma. And so
Oh,
there's nothing romantic or beautiful about it, to be honest with you. And I tell
forget
people that straight up. Like, people are like, oh yeah, it's such a beautiful thing. And I'm like, it's beautiful what the human body can do. But I'm telling you that experience in itself is not a beautiful thing. It is painful. You're tired. Your body's being pushed to the limit.
it.
And when you're
Mm-hmm.
on the brink of falling out because you haven't slept in days, they give you this tiny human and they say, here, take care of it. And you're like, huh? What am I supposed to do with this thing?
Period.
So no, it's not. And I always tell people too, like, that whole, like, oh, you fall in love. I personally, I can't speak for anybody. I personally don't believe in that. And it's not to
Because
say that I didn't love.
postpartum is real. That's why.
Yes, and I told people, like, it's not that I didn't love my child, but my child is a human of her own. She has her own personality. I can't I don't feel like I could have loved her like the way that I love her now. That deep, I mean deep, 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 like, love truly now, that I feel like I've never felt for another human being before. But I had to get to know her. She didn't pop out and all of a sudden I knew this. Like, I didn't know her. Yes, I carried her for 9 months, but she's her, and I'm still learning her. She's her own human. And I think, like, oh yeah, it's love at first sight. And I'm like, bruh, you love your child, but I promise you, the love that you develop over time, that's even crazier. Like it's that's the beautiful part of it to me, I think.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. I agree. What did you think of um like the history of Vietnam and specifically what happened to her father?
So it was interesting for me reading that from an act like lived experience because I was a history major in school, and what I loved about the actual history of what happened in Vietnam is when they went through, because I was when she drew the frame with um the general who shot um he shot that guy, and it became sensationalized that this is what South Vietnam was like. It was out of control. And
Yeah,
you
and
literally
he
are
felt bad after the damage was already done.
and what was so wild about it though is that, like, I knew that the guy had gotten a Pulitzer for it. He didn't want it because he knew the story behind it. I didn't know that he didn't want the prize because he knew the story behind it, and that people were sensationalizing the image into something that it really wasn't. But this was my first time ever knowing. I was so familiar with, as soon as I looked at the frame, I was like, oh, I know that picture.
Mhm.
And then when I read that, like, he got shot, he had just murdered an entire family, it's like, it's the epitome of everything that is happening right now, and how things are distorted to benefit America and other countries that like to colonize.
Mhm.
I did not realize that the French had such an extensive hand in
People
Vietnam.
be sleeping on the French, man. People be
I didn't
sleeping on the
realize.
French. Don't ever get me started. For those of y'all who don't know, I'm from New Orleans, so I've studied a lot about France my whole life. Then I lived there and specifically took courses about French history. And I was like, wow, y'all a wild one. Y'all are, huh?
Yeah, the French are the I didn't who else, like, because I think so much we hear so much about, like, the British
We do.
as
We hear so much
colonizers.
about
We
them.
we hear so much about Americans
Mm-hmm.
as colonizers. And even, this is completely unrelated, but I'm working my way through a book which is interesting because the guy who wrote the book is neither indigenous nor two spirit, but he spends the whole part of the book acknowledging that he's not, but he's coming at it from a historical lens after interviewing so many people in native and indigenous communities. So historically, he's going through how bad the Spanish were. And I was like, yo,
Dude, the
holy,
Spanish?
the Spanish were horrible.
The Spanish?
Horrible.
Cortez?
Horrible. I did not know that
Whoa.
they would make indigenous communities make confessions to
They would go
literally,
in communities, burn them down,
oh gosh.
find out they would be forced into Christianity, have their children's taken from them. There was so much wrapped up in religion and like the furtherment. What is it? The further is it furtherment? Is that the word?
What?
It's like the progression of Spain as a whole. And I'm like, listen, y'all. They were down there doing the worst, especially near like that Louisiana Purchase area. If you look it up,
I don't think I realized how bad it was because of the way that history can be very selective, and it all
oh,
depends
can it
on
be?
who's writing the narrative. Not to say that, I wasn't aware that there were other countries that engage in colonization, but here in the US, you are only taught a selection of what happens.
Of
You know what I'm saying?
course, of
And even with
course.
me, I have a bachelor's degree in history, okay? And so even then, there's only but so much. So for me to learn um, about how nasty the Spanish were with indigenous communities that they came into contact with in the Gulf area in Florida, and the things that they would do, which this is completely off topic, but I think it's interesting, like how there are people still who think that two spirit is the same thing as being non-binary when it is not.
It's not.
It's not at all. And so,
And being two spirit is only reserved for certain tribes.
listen, and good old Jason Mraz coming out talking about he's two spirit. Sir, if you don't sit your white ass down,
Who is Jason Mraz?
I'm the guy who sings I'm Yours. Well, you done me and you bet I felt it.
Oh, this guy?
Yeah, yeah,
Isn't
yeah.
he Waite in them?
Yeah. But he got called out for that because it's like, how are you? But anyway, that's a discussion for a different day. All of this to say, looping it back around to the book itself, I knew that the French
Bring it right
were,
back.
I knew that the French engaged because look at look at the continent of Africa, and it'll tell you everything that you need to know about what Europeans were doing on the continent of Africa. Look at the languages that are spoken. That'll tell you enough of who
Let's
colonized
talk
what.
about Franco French.
And so I knew the French did it, but I did not realize that the French had their, because I never learned that. I did not
Bruh,
know
the
that the French
French.
had their hands in South Asia like that.
The
I did not
French
know
had
that.
their hands almost everywhere. The French? Oh, listen. I said, well, here we are. Here we are.
It was disgusting to see that, and it's often like you see in this book as a good example of like how much colonization literally ruins communities. Like the fact that the French came back, that's what threw me. It's like
Yeah.
they came back for penance, like, oh no, or we're coming back to claim what is ours. And I'm like, yo. And then, of course, we all know America's no better because you know what they teach these kids now about the Vietnam War. America still don't want to admit that they had to take that L. They never, if you pay attention to how we were taught about the Vietnam War in history, we are never taught that technically America lost that war. They want to go in and they want to say, well, because we tried, and I love that she put this in the book, where she said America tried to make it seem like, oh, we went to save a country that was unsavable from the beginning. No, you had
Yep.
no business there from the beginning. That's the problem. Stop sticking your hands
None
in
of
shit.
them had no business. Why
No
don't you mind
business.
your business? Talking about you gonna go settle on land that's have already been established and been in good keeping for hundreds of years.
Yeah.
I just
And
don't
then
understand. Like I just that's like me just coming up and listen, I'm about to start being real ruthless. I'm about to start going to my white friend's house and be like, you know what? I think I want to live here.
I'm just gonna settle here. I'm gonna colonize. This is
I'm gonna
mine
just
now.
come on in. I'm gonna pack all my shit. Me and my plants. We about to be up in here,
But
chilling.
that's the truth though to me. Like that's the honest truth is that that is essentially what they do. They go into these areas and they say this is ours. And it's like, but what? I mean, I know manifest destiny, people feel like it's their God-given right and authority, but I just the logic, the whole logic
The
behind it
God
to me,
given right.
yeah,
That's
like
taking me out right
it's
now.
disgusting. And going back to that book again, how much like terminology, language, colonizer language, how it has been used to defile communities. Like it's I'm so this, even reading this in like in parallel with me reading that book and then reading this one,
Yeah.
it was just a lot. Like, and then there was a panel and when she was like, literally they were just trying to survive.
Yeah.
You have big powers in here trying to make these major moves, and the only thing that they're attempting to do is literally just either run away, get away, stay alive, and just they don't want to be a part of any of the nonsense.
The sad part is the dad's village. and how he had to swim underwater to stay safe, and then had to be hidden in like this little
Yeah.
like this metal area for a while until somebody came and got
And
him.
got him back. Yeah.
Only
Yeah.
because the French was like, this is mine.
Yep.
And another thing about war I would never understand, and it's even like, I won't even go there, but I don't understand. Is like, why is it that you need to rape and kill children and women?
I to
How is
that
that
I don't know.
a
I
thing
don't
of war?
I
Currently,
don't
now in Ukraine, that is what's happening. So
I
I'm
used
just like, how is that? Why is that a requirement?
to be honest with you, and I mean I don't mean to put it out there like this. I don't know why men do that.
It's a power thing.
I feel like they've always had it, and I could be wrong for saying this, but this is just how I look at it. I feel like a lot of men who do that have always had it in their system to do it, and they
Yeah,
want
you
to do
had
it.
to already had that in you.
You wanted to do it, and now
You had to
you have a
already
way
had that
to
in you.
you have a quote unquote justifiable. It's not, but in your mind, you feel like it's a justifiable way to do it, and it's a way to get away with it. Now, there is no reprimand for going in and raping a woman and killing her and killing the children. Like this, there's no, and I don't understand like how that's pure evil to me. How do you get enjoyment? That's sick and twisted.
Super. There's just some things I think I'm just not gonna understand, and it's disgusting.
It's horrible. It is extremely disgusting. It's horrible. It's oh man. I can't wrap my head around that. But yeah, you're right. Or even the part where like I like that she also like explained the dynamics between like how much the women had to go through.
Oh,
Because holy crap.
yeah.
The
While her
grandmother,
mom's trying to keep the family together, dad's depression done took him out. But it's also understandable. Like, he's been through all these things and probably not once spoke about it.
no. And it also to me because and I like the way that she set this up. So we see all of these. It's amazing that in the reader she kind of builds these feelings towards particularly I think her dad. Um you have these feelings about him and how he's treated the kids and how he's treated, you know, the mother at that point and how it
Hmm.
took her so long to finally just say, I'm done, I'm leaving.
Yeah, I'm
But
out.
then when she reverses everything, and then like this man had nobody was teaching him how to treat anybody because you had his dad beat his mother, put
Yep.
her out, had the
Then,
grandfather cheating on the grandmother
hmm
constantly,
then
even
mama
when she
left. Didn't see mama no more.
like no, didn't see his mother at all. I couldn't imagine like literally like and I could understand now when they were like, do you want to see your dad? And he was like, no, I don't have nothing to say to that man because you put his mother out. He never saw his mother again, thought his mother was dead, and then you come back and say, oh well, she came to come see me, da 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 da, but you know things have been hard, it was all about survival. And I understand his animosity now towards his dad because
Hmm.
and then he had to turn around and say like your wife and her family are not people that I want to be associated with. It's like,
Hmm.
bro, you don't did enough, but it shows that cycle because his father was no good, his grandfather was no good. He ends up keeping that cycle, and now she's the one that's like, I have somehow I'm hoping I can break the cycle. So you see it intergenerational.
Oh yeah, it's all through it. It's all through it. I'm like reading the comments.
Yeah,
Yep, Crystal Ferguson. History is written by the victors slash colonizers
it
every
is every time,
time.
every time. That's why America right now is having such that's why all these challenges and book bannings and textbook issues are going on right now in the schools because it's the power the power dynamic is being shifted, and people don't like that. People are not, white Americans do not like that,
Mm-hmm.
because it changes what America has wanted to be perceived as for so long. I mean, we go back to, like, I always say, because it's one of my favorite graphic novels, They Called Us Enemy,
Yeah.
how George Takei always talks about the fact that we, we want to teach our kids about how the Nazis were horrible humans, you know, with concentration camps and da 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 da. But you had your own version right here on American soil. But you
Own
don't teach
version.
your kids about that. That's a part of history that you want to hide. You want to hide and you don't want to tell anybody. And it's like America's like that. They want to be remembered in a certain light because they don't want the truth to come out. Which
Yeah.
you can't. What you do in the dark eventually is going to come to light, no
Ain't
matter
that
what
the
the
old folks
situation is.
saying?
Yeah, I've always, like, my old folks have told me that. My parents have always told me, whatever you do in the dark will come to light. And America is now reckoning. She's finally having to reckon with the fact that you have done some grimy shit. When, if I'm not mistaken, I believe, and if I'm historically inaccurate, y'all tell me.
I
I
feel like you're
I
about to
believe
say.
I believe that South Africa, when they were building up the apartheid system, they studied America to do it. And so for America to think that it's so isolated and that it's rectified its wrongs and that it's not this evil country that people make it out to be. And I'm like, but you had a system that was so nasty that people were willing to study it and perfect it to keep one group below another. You can't tell me that you don't have problems.
I just be like, huh?
But I feel like this book was layered with so many different things. I think we have the very personal reflection of interpersonal relationships as it applies to the family. But then we have this bigger conversation of, like, how how colonization has impacted these individuals, which then they take it back to a family level, which just impacts generation after generation after inherited trauma because of stuff like that. We say that Black folks have that, where we inherit trauma from our ancestors. It just gets passed generation to generation to generation. And it starts with colonization. Like, you make one move because you feel like you own something or you have right to something, and you ruin people for generations to come.
It's, I understand that greed exists, but like ownership of another human being, I will always find strange. Like, I remember having a conversation with my sister recently, and there was something that happened, and she was like, "Your nephew gonna do what God asked him to do because I'm his mother." And I'm like, "But you don't own him." And that's what he said to her, like, I don't, you don't, you don't own me, kind of thing. And I see that a lot in a lot of families with a lot of parents. And I know I'm not a parent, but I
Hmm.
just can't imagine myself being like, because I gave birth to you, because I brought you in this world, you are indebted to me.
No.
And I think I feel some type of way about that notion
Hmm.
because that's how my mom moves.
Yeah. My
And
mom. Yeah.
I've talked
Yeah.
to
I
you about
know.
my
Yeah.
mom.
Yeah.
Like, that
Definitely.
is how she moves. And
Yeah.
she moves like that heavy. Like, I can have 1,000 bills that I need to pay. And if my mama wants something, she
You
don't give
must
a
drop
shit
everything.
about what I gotta pay.
Yeah.
That's how she moves. Like, it's about me. All that you worship the ground I walk on because I'm your mother. And
Mm-mm.
like, I just don't understand that need to own a bunch of stuff. Like I even think that about property and just material things. Like why do you like this incessant need? And I find it mainly among these folks. You know, I want to get you, man. These folks right here. Um, and I just feel like, what is it that you feel like you? And then it's really the caucasity and the audacity and the colonizacity of it all, really.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
I just don't. There's just things. I'm even like reading this book, and it's just like she's like, oh yeah, and then the French came, and then they did what they did, and then they were trying to get stuff together from Nazi Germany, and it's just like all these folks who just like I don't know if I'm explaining it even right, even like with the war in Ukraine, right? Putin really was nobody bothering you.
Nobody, but it's that
Nobody.
it's that and it's that need for it's that need. I think some people, and I could be wrong, but I would be interested in seeing this from like a sociological standpoint. I wonder if it's people need to be able to control in order to feel stable. Like their life does not feel stable unless they have to unless they're able to control everything and everyone in it. And I would like to see that more from like a whole sociological perspective, whether that is something that is ingrained in white people, um that they feel that way. Because I don't, I am also the one thing that I am probably my biggest possessions are my books. And that's for me, books are knowledge. And that's how I've always been. That's how I grew up. But I found it interesting too that when she talks about that at the end, where people feel the need to collect all this stuff, but why? Why do you need all this stuff? What for? What do you need it all for? What does it
Yeah.
mean? And I mean, I guess it depends. I mean, for some people, it is a mark of societal, like where you stand in society. But what fulfillment does that bring you when it's all said and done? It really doesn't. I don't care what anybody says. You can have all the money in the world, and I say this about people who have a lot of money. That shit still won't fulfill your life.
Man, you still be sad at the end of
You'll
the day.
still be sad, and you'll be sad, depressed, and not want to live. And you have everything that money can buy, and it still won't make you happy.
Yeah. I mean, for example, like I didn't grow up with a silver spoon in my mouth by no means.
Hmm.
And when I started to make my own money, I used to be like, ooh, I can buy things, and then I would hoard things because of poverty and being like, I'm afraid I'm gonna not have enough and I'm buying triple, thirds, fourths of things, just to say I have it because I'm afraid to not have it. And those are all like, byproducts of living like that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get some neem oil on y'all. Y'all tripping. So I definitely understand that perspective of having things. I think when it's more of an extreme type of thing where you feel like you need to take over somebody's livelihood, over
Hmm.
their land, you need to kill, rape, and steal and do all of this. I don't understand that kind of violence just to prove that you own something. Because to me, you might own it, but your hands is bloody. And I know I'm not a churchgoer, but that sounds like hell to me.
I mean, I wouldn't want that on my hands. I wouldn't, and I don't know. And what's so interesting about it, and this is not a mark against anyone who identifies as a Christian. I don't use the term Christian because of Christians. Um,
Not because of Christian.
no, I'm
It's the
serious.
Christians why
I
they
told
had
my dad
out.
that the other day. I said, I don't call myself a Christian because there's such people have taken that And it, to me, it's such a negative way to identify. That's me personally.
Yeah.
So I don't. Um, you will catch me saying that, like, I have my beliefs in God or whatever the case may be. However, it is not under the same tenets as you would see with some people who identify as Christian. I just don't use the term. That's just me
Yeah.
personally. I just find it very interesting that the same people who call themselves Christians are the ones who engage
And the
in a
most
lot of this,
violence.
and reading about the Spanish coming in with Christian beliefs and raping and pillaging and killing, all in the name of Christ. And I'm like, to me, that really, the math is not mathing right there. Like, that to me makes no sense whatsoever. But
I don't think that math will ever math for me. I'm gonna
it doesn't
forever
make
be
sense.
confused.
And it's all in, we're trying to teach these people to live the right way. And I'm like, by going against what your faith is supposed to be. I don't
Oh,
I,
Jesus, fix
I
it.
don't understand that. I told my dad, I mean, this is completely off topic, but I just felt, oh, y'all are learning a lot about me tonight. I felt some type of way because there was a lady who was at the red light. She would roll her window down and she would hold a sign that says Jesus loves you. And she would do that
Mhm.
at every stoplight. And I told my dad, I said, as someone who shares beliefs in the same beings, it really discourages me when people feel like it is their right or their authority to throw their religion, and I say religion, not faith, to throw their religion into someone else's face like that and not have any sensitivity, not have any compassion, not have any understanding. And that's what gives people who share the same faith as me such a bad rap, because you hate, you're nasty, you condemn, you persecute, all in the name of someone who is supposed to be the complete opposite of what you're doing.
Right.
And I'm like, this is why people hear Christianity and they're like, hell no. Like, absolutely not. And it's discouraging. And it's just, the more that I keep diving into, just how religion has been used as a way to just persecute and take and kill, and its use as justification, I don't I it's discouraging, to be honest with you. It's so discouraging. And I know that, I mean, she didn't really go into explicit reasons, but I can only imagine. You have these strong Catholic countries coming in, colonizing, looking at people as though they're inferior because they may not share the same tenets of faith that you do. And you feel like
Mhm.
that's justification for you to come in and say, well, we're going to take this land because manifest destiny, it's our God-given right. And we are here to convert all of you over and to completely just destroy everything, your culture, your community, strip you of everything, all in the name of us thinking that we're doing the correct thing and sharing our. I can't. Uh, I don't know. I don't understand that. I'll never understand that. And I could be
Yeah.
so wrong in that, but I just don't like. Mm-mm. But yeah, I tell people that all the time. Please don't call me a Christian.
Yeah. I mean, I can't say I judge you.
I just don't like. I'll tell people exactly. People ask me, I'll tell you exactly what my beliefs are, but don't give me that label because I don't like what comes with that label and what has been done in the name of that label. I can't. I don't want to associate with that.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I think, if there's one thing I wonder if that's what I'd be interested in knowing, like, what was the justification that the French tried to use in colonizing South Asia, and like what were their reasons, and
I
who
always want to know the justification. Like, I want you to make some things make sense to me.
I'm very curious as to like what is the history there, because I swear to you, Brie, like before I did not know that. I did not know that the French had their hands in there like that. I didn't know that. I had no idea.
Yeah. I think I've read a lot about French history, so I'm never shocked.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I don't even know how to say it. I just was like, sounds about right.
I mean that you have the Spanish, the Dutch, the Portuguese,
Don't
the
get me
French.
started on the Portuguese and the Dutch.
Well,
Especially the Dutch with this island they call Aruba.
you
Okay?
know, my last name is Portuguese, right?
Huh?
Did I ever tell you that my last name is Portuguese? I didn't tell you that.
We got to go into
We'll
her
have to
family
talk about that
history.
one. We'll talk about that later. But yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it's Portuguese.
I always was like,
Yeah,
Ashley, what?
yeah, It's Portuguese. So whenever I hear about Portugal, it's so wrapped into, because it's bad enough. Like, so I know that I think it's my 3 times over great grandfather was a Portuguese Sephardic Jew. Yes, child. Like it is. It is.
Wow. I'm not
Yeah.
laughing. I'm just like, that's interesting.
It's the colonization is deep in my
It
own
is
blood.
deep.
In my
It's
own
deep.
blood. Yeah.
Oh
I
yeah,
think. I
Simone
think.
Watson. Is that what you're reading?
Yeah. I think to each. I think to each your own. Like, I feel like I can believe in. I hold my personal relationship and my faith on a completely different. And I've talked about this before in the video when I read um what's her face's book, Sister Soldier's latest book. For me, I'm I don't believe in the institution of religion. That is the problem with why I also don't use the term, is because it is often associated with the institution, and it's not a problem with the faith aspect of it, because I think people often get it misconstrued when I say, like, it's not that I don't believe in God or I don't believe in Christ. It's not that. I don't believe in religion because
Mm.
of the way that religion has been um it's been it's been used as a power move, as a power tool. And so I associate the term Christianity with the institution of religion. So it is very hard for me to use that as a label for myself. But I don't judge anybody who does. I thank you. That's what I was looking for. Religion has been weaponized. I don't. Okay, let me be 100% transparent. I judge people who call themselves Christians and treat people like shit. I do judge them. I judge them because I look at individuals like that and I say, ain't no way. You can't walk around and call yourself a Christian and you are looking down at somebody, or you constantly are telling somebody you going to hell.
Casting stones.
Casting stones at, like, you can't throw stones and you live in a fucking glass house. Okay?
Listen, what's that saying? How you gonna call the kettle black when you over there chilling with the
It's the
other
pot
pot?
calling the kettle pot. Like, you can't do that. Like, I just don't. I can't. For me, it's hard to, when we tell people that Christ was a person of love, compassion, would deal with people that society didn't even want to deal with, people didn't want to talk to, people didn't want to associate. We're talking about lepers, prostitutes, the whole nine. How do we go from that to people looking at people sideways like, oh, you're this, you're that, you're going to hell, I don't fuck with you? I'm like, bro, what? Like, for me personally, I can't speak for anybody. I can only speak for me. I just can't wrap my head around that. And I know that, like, the more reading that I've been doing about, and that's the hard thing about reading about colonization, is that a lot of it is done in the name of religion. And a lot of, you see the impact. Like, I had to stop reading the book that I was reading because it is just so heavy and so gruesome to read about how the Spanish came in the name of Catholicism and ruined indigenous, ruined them, completely destroyed their,
And
finding ways
punish them if they didn't follow their rules.
yes, defile them, judge them, wrote disgusting and inhumane things about them,
and move them, displace them because they wanted to settle here or settle there.
and so when you see stuff like that historically and how religion has been weaponized, for someone like me, you get very weary of the institution of religion because you see historically, and history repeats itself, and I promise you, people still have not learned, because history is constantly repeating itself over and over and over and over and over again.
Yeah, Janayana. I'm probably saying your name wrong. Your name looks similar to my cousin we call Dejane. Um, but I was trying to comment on what you said. My thoughts exactly like when I lived in France, I was on my way to Orleans, because I wanted to see what it was about. And I'm on the train, and this lady with a hijab gets on the train. I mean, she minded her business. This French lady is just having a regular conversation with me about something. She gets livid. This is 2012. Walks up to this woman, screams at her, and just yanks her hijab off her head.
See, I don't.
I'm like cursing this lady out, trying to help the other. This lady was minding her business. I've seen fights break out, like literally complete fights with the French, police service, of them assaulting women in the streets for having their hijabs on. And I'm just like, but people don't talk about that. Because at the time I was there was a bunch of refugees from, oh gosh, it's been so long. I wrote it in my journal. I'm going to come back to the comments of this video because I can't remember. But just doing, and what really got me is how, like, I was enraged. Like, me and this other black person was just enraged. And, like, the white Parisians in this area was just walking like it's just regular smuggler day. Now, how things is going now in the year of 2022.
Yeah,
But in the 10 years ago, it was a
no,
mess.
Parisians have always been, they're
And I'm not
dicey.
saying all Parisians, you know what I mean? But the fact that I saw that, I was like,
to me, because I went to Paris twice. Once as a senior, once as a sophomore in college. And I remember one of the guys because I wouldn't consider the senior thing wasn't really study abroad. It was just a senior trip. But the second time was to study abroad. And I remember one of the guys telling me, like, I'll never forget this. He said the way that they treat black people in America, he said, don't expect it to be different here.
Don't. Don't.
And I'm
Not at
like,
all.
that is so.
Not at all. The thing I learned a long time ago, like, I'm a Negro here, I'm a Negro there.
Yeah, it don't matter where you go at this point.
There's only, honestly, there's only one place I've been outside of the US, and I'm like, wow, these people are really nice to black women. And it wasn't just me. I'm walking, seeing other black women.
Mm,
We all saying how nice people are. And that was in Indonesia.
wow.
People were so nice to me. And like kind and considerate. Like
Hmm.
one guy was like, him and his wife was just walking and he was like, um are you like staying at the hotels over here or something? I was like, no. He's like, the food over here sucks. Like, you should go over there and get food. He's like, after 10 o'clock it'd be really pumping. Like, you should go over there. It's
I'm
like
done.
authentic food. He's like, this shit over here is too expensive. Like, I wouldn't do. And his wife was like, no. And like, even there, my Airbnb hosts, they're locals. I got really sick day 2, and this was
Yeah,
like a 3 week trip. I got sick day 2, and I said, "This is the end." Tell my mama I loved her. She was a real one. I'm out. And his wife literally held me and took care of me as I'm vomiting. Like, it was bad.
yeah.
I was sick, and I said, "I gotta come back here." I remember his name, Juan. I gotta come back. I gotta go back, Jesus. That's the only time I like did not feel threatened and feel like
Hmm.
hyper alert being a black woman existing. I love that for me. They
So,
tried to pass one Thursday 48 when I was there. Some locals were telling me that. They tried to say you couldn't wear it indoors or something like that. My memory isn't failing me. We got any French folks in the comments?
oh wow, they do, and they're also trying to ban people from wearing hijabs at public swimming. I don't. Why? Like,
Yeah,
but why? What is so?
yeah.
I'm just gonna frustrate myself because I don't
I'm gonna
understand
Google it.
why people get so bothered by other people. Why are you so damn pressed? Why do you care so much? If it's not, nobody's forcing you to do anything that you don't want to do, why the hell do you care? Why the hell do you care so much? It like I don't understand that.
They were Turkey. They were Turkish. Turkish refugees. Sorry, I had to find it. But yeah.
Speaking of refugees, the one of the other panels that stuck out to me, just thinking about this, is when they had to leave, when they had to flee.
Yeah. When who had to flee? There was a couple fleas that went
When
down.
her and her
When her
siblings and
mom
her
was
parents
pregnant.
and her mom was pregnant
Okay.
and they had to flee. I'm thinking about the dad again
Man, the
and
dad.
how he literally just passed out. Did you like there's a panel where he was
Yeah.
so exhausted. And
Exhausted.
he just fell out. And I'm
Yeah.
like, this man literally has been through so much. So much. And her
Hmm.
mother also, because I think her mom lived a very
Privileged life.
privileged life, but
Very privileged life.
I felt what her mother was doing where she did everything that she could to make sure that those kids were okay.
Yeah.
She gave up
Even peel
everything.
the skin off the grapes.
Yeah.
I
She
was
gave
like,
up.
she didn't do that, but
I never do that for my child, but you know,
not you said. I'm gonna tell
uh-uh.
her.
That you could tell her. You
I'm gonna
could be the
tell her
one to
that.
tell her. You could tell her
I'm
that
gonna
if
be
you
like,
want to.
look, Auntie Bree,
You could
to you.
FaceTime her. You could tell her because I got
She'd
some
be
grapes
like,
in the.
hi.
I got some grapes in the fridge too. Yep. Not. Nope. I'm not doing it. I'm not
I'm
doing
gonna
it.
tell her you ain't gonna peel them grapes.
Mm-mm.
She
But I
might feel
feel.
some type of way.
I feel like her mother. Her mother gave up so much, and literally had to compensate for her dad not being able to process what he went through or having difficulty processing what he experienced. I even think about when like she was like, okay, well, such and such is offering a job, and he was like, that doesn't sound like um I forget what he technically said, but when she was just like, fine, I'll do it. Like making sacrifices like that
So
as a
many.
parent, like she saw her mother in a certain light without realizing that there were things that her mother was doing that she never knew.
Yeah, Ulysses, spot on.
Yep. She
And Jessica, right, make it make sense. Like when I was there in 2012, I don't know when those laws was passed, but I know that people were trying to at that time. And I don't I can't remember. That was 10 years ago, but
Oh yeah, you're yeah, he did. He said it was beneath him because he had a degree, you're right. Yeah, she did. She went from a silver spoon to when she had her kids, you know, she also dealt with two losses,
yeah,
two losses, and she held that family together.
man, was a
She
real one. She
she
deserved to be called me.
she did.
She deserved it.
She deserved it because I even think about the fact when like even when they were at the refugee camp and she had to go to the hospital because she was pregnant,
Yeah.
and they said that nothing felt normal until she got everything was chaotic until she came back, and
Yeah,
then
even
everything
he
started
was
making
like,
sense.
man, I wish your mama come home.
Yeah,
He was over it.
he
He was
was
like,
over
if this is
dysfunction.
parenting, but side note, but also not a side note. Sorry, my leg was going to sleep. I Her parents' relationship is something I fear. Like I fear a lot of things when it comes to intimacy, and
Hmm.
that's one of the things that I fear. Is like being in a relationship with somebody and they're supposed to co-parent with me, but I'm the only one doing the parenting.
Yeah,
Then to me, you are a single person. You know what
yeah,
I mean? Like there's so
yeah.
many women in my family that has been in relationships 20, 30 years and they raise their children and the dad's just hanging out. And I'm like, sir,
That's why I tell people that there are a lot more single parents than what people think, because you can be in what you consider to be a committed relationship and be a single parent.
listen,
You can.
no. No, ma'am.
Yeah.
And for some like family member, if I have to fly in from a whole nother state to help you take care of your kid and your partner is literally in the same bed as you every night, that's a problem.
It is. It is. It's a problem. But it's also a problem, I think, too. Like it explains it's hard to let go when I think you get used to that comfort of having that person, even though they're not technically doing anything. I think this that that routine, that comfort of having that other human there. And if they're not there, then you truly, truly are by yourself. Because it
Man,
makes me think back to why it took her mom. It took her mom a long time to leave her dad.
man, a long time. I just
Hmm.
and the thing I love my dad, but he was part time, you know, partial time.
Bless you.
Full wear. He was a
Yeah,
figurehead.
yeah,
Just hanging out in the
yeah.
Himalayas with the other fellas on the block.
And And it's sad that a lot of times it is, I've seen it with dads, where dads have had to step up. You know what I'm saying? It does happen.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna sit here and say that it doesn't, but I think the times that moms have had to kind of step up to the plate and do what they are supposed to do for the kids and by themselves. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know what that is, because I'm not going to sit here and say that every woman that has kids has a motherly instinct, because that's also not true.
Yeah,
There's
that
some
is not
there's
true.
some people who give birth, but they're not, they have not no sense of parental instinct whatsoever, and they
Yeah.
don't, you know, they just don't ever have that connection. Um,
Jessica, I wonder if your bestie husband gets upset with that. Because from what I know about toxic masculinity is that if the man in a relationship, I'm talking about, I'm cis het assuming right now, like a heterosexual thing. If the man is bringing home the bacon, the woman could be bringing home the bacon too. But if the man is bringing home the bacon and he's not there,
mhm,
he has, in his mind, oftentimes I've seen, it's excusable because he's working,
mhm,
and he thinks because he is contributing to the household financially that
mhm,
he's a full participant in parenthood,
mhm.
which I think is completely horse.
It is, it is, it is. But here's the thing that I always say too: that is a conversation that should be had before you have kids, I think.
Listen,
And I'm a person who didn't have and I'm not here to judge anybody that doesn't, because I'm a single mother. So clearly the conversation was not had in my household. So I'm not here to judge anybody that doesn't have that
you
conversation.
said clearly it wasn't there.
Clearly the conversation didn't happen here. But I think that, you know, if there's one thing that I think that, and don't get me wrong, my daughter's a blessing. I wouldn't trade her for the world.
The cutie.
But, I don't think a lot of people go into situations expecting to be single parents or having to do
Yeah,
it
I
by
don't think
themselves.
people do.
Nobody
No,
wants to be a single. Well,
no,
some people do.
some
Some
people.
people don't
I
mind
ain't gonna lie.
it.
If the universe was like, yo, you gotta be a parent,
Yeah.
I hate to say it, I'm gonna need to do it alone. And I
No.
know it's gonna be hard, but I just ever since I was a kid and I thought about possibly being a mother, there was never another person there.
Yeah. But there are people who do that. I know, men, not very many, but men who may want kids that just would do it by themselves.
I know some
I
men
know
that do
more
it by
women.
themselves.
I know a lot of women who just, they want kids, but they don't have time to be dealing with the shenanigans of humans. Not even just saying men, humans. They don't have the time. No matter what type of relationship you want to be in, humans nowadays are just not always the greatest things on this planet.
Man,
And
humans be
I
humaning.
know people who say, like, I would rather just do it by myself. But I know when you go in and it's a partnership, whether it's, a heterosexual relationship or not, you don't go in with that person expecting to end up being a single parent. But I think that a lot of times you don't have those hard conversations about, like, you know, but that's also because having a child has been romanticized. So those hard conversations of, like, this needs to be done, this has to be done, this is what it's going to be like, even when she had made a comment in the graphic novel where she was like, no one tells you your child has to get up when they're first born, every damn 2 hours,
Mm-hmm.
all through the night, all through the night. Every 2 hours you are feeding. No one tells you how difficult it is to breastfeed, especially if you don't have a child that knows. Like, if you're like, my child did not know how to latch. She could not
Mm-hmm.
latch. So having a child who incorrectly latches on your nipple It's extremely they don't tell you that it's painful, but they love to, like, especially now with the conversations about like the formula shortage. I have seen some heinous things on Facebook.
People being like, breastfeed then. I'm like, huh?
And
Like the
me and my
first
line
time I
sister literally were on the phone for 3 hours last night talking about this shit because I was like, it was a person that we went to college with, and she has been on Facebook constantly like, you need to breastfeed. All these women are complaining about how they can't breastfeed. That's what your body was made for. First of all, bodies evolve. Bodies evolve all the time. And what our ancestors were doing is not the same thing that we're doing nowadays. The lifestyles that we live nowadays is extremely different than the lifestyle that our ancestors lived. So, yes, our ancestors were wet nurses that constantly produced and produced and produced and were resources for white children. However, in 2022, that same exact thing, that lifestyle is not the same. And I did not
no,
like
I'm not even thinking about other people's bodies, you know.
and not thinking about other like and not even thinking about other people's circumstances because see people also don't talk about how much work goes into breastfeeding.
Man, the work.
Because if your child can't latch, then you pump. And you have to pump anyway if your child can latch so you don't overflow. But pumping, having to get up every couple of hours
Is
and pump.
pumping painful?
Yes, it's uncomfortable. It is suction cups on your nipples and they pull. And it's literally pulling your nipples, pulling the milk out. I won't say it's as painful as like a child incorrectly latching, but it's uncomfortable. Like, and your nipples get huge after pumping. Like, it
But
just
they
is.
calling you big nipple shorty on the weekend.
Yes, I used to look at my nipples like, damn, why is it so big? It's not the most, it's not, I won't say it's painful, but it's uncomfortable. And the thing about it is that like I just could not, I was not producing enough at all. I wasn't producing. And then I was a supervisor at the time of a branch. And so I just had a child. I'm a single parent. I have no family where I live. And you want me to get up every 2 hours and pump and then go to work and manage people? You want to talk about a volatile situation
You
where I
want to
could
talk about I'm stressed out and I'm cursing everybody out?
stressed out and then potentially putting my child into a dangerous situation? I'd rather put my child on formula so that she's happy and healthy and I'm happy and healthy. That way we have a safe and healthy and happy home environment. Like you're not thinking about everything, which I was so happy that she had put that in there, is like the little things that people don't tell you about having kids, and people
Clog
want to make it seem
ducts?
so beautiful and it's not.
Clogged ducts?
Yes.
See, that's why motherhood ain't for me. I'm like that lady on TikTok who has a running list in her phone. She's at like 180 something of reasons not to have a child. I'm gonna start that list right now.
But it's
I'm about
true.
to
Like
start the list.
if I could, if I was in a different situation, I would have breastfed longer because I did pump for a little while, but it just became such a, and I didn't have the support system here. So it became such a taxing situation that it was like I can't do this. And the way the nature of my job, it was like it was difficult for me to pump as frequently as I needed to. It was just it was too much. And I don't think that makes a woman lazy. It doesn't mean that you're not trying. You're not trying as hard as other people. It just means that circumstances are not allowing you to do, like, you just can't do it. You just can't do it like it. And you want to, and sometimes your body just doesn't allow you. And I don't think people realize, like, when you start doing stuff like that, especially for someone like in my situation where there is no support, that's dangerous to continue to push someone to make comments on Facebook and be like, oh, I was stressed, she was stressed, and we were both crying, but we made it through. But you probably had someone close to you to help give you some relief, because there's no way that I would stress myself out like that, stress my child out, and create a volatile situation that I can't ever come back from. Because that happens with a lot of women. They end up doing things that they don't mean to do. Like I know a lady, it's so random, but I was watching a documentary about a lady who got 15 years in prison for shaking her daughter to death and not realizing that she had done it. She was so stressed out and
That
she
happens.
cracked. She was
It's
so stressed out she
unfortunate.
cracked, and she was shaking the baby and it clicked what she was doing. And then she started giving the baby CPR and called 911 on herself. Like, people don't understand that it's that easy for a mother who's just given birth to go over the edge. Like, and if that means that I knew, like, I'm not putting myself in that situation, I'm not saying, like, oh, I had thoughts about harming. No, it wasn't that. It wasn't like, but you don't know what could happen when you get so stressed to the point that you just crack. You don't know what decisions you're going to end up making. So I would rather put my child on formula and we have something off of our plate that makes our lives a little bit easier. Then, how can you sit there on Facebook and share, well, yeah, I was stressed, she was stressed, we were both crying, but we persevered. First of all, why are you putting your child through undue stress? Why would you do that? Why are you stressing your child out?
No, ma'am.
When they're
No, ma'am.
developing, when they're developing, what that causes issues later on down the road. They're more likely to have things like anxiety and depression when you do shit like that.
No, ma'am.
I'm like, bro, like what type of shit is all in the name of breastfeeding?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am. I don't want that.
Yes, and then Thursday 48. That too. People don't talk about like how that makes you feel. Like, oh, it's this great connection, it's this great bond between mother and child, and you're like, but is somebody sucking on your tit for milk? And for some women, that's not a beautiful feeling. It's not.
Mm-mm.
It's nothing beautiful about that shit. I don't care what nobody's saying. There's nothing beautiful about that. Okay? Like being in public and having to pull your titty out so your kid can suck on you. It's not always glamorous. It's really not. Parenting has its beautiful moments, and I love it. I love being a parent, but I wish that people would start being real about what it really means to be a parent, both the good, the bad, and the ugly. Like the good for me has always outweighed the bad, but there are bad moments when you're trying to get shit done and all you're hearing about mommy, 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 mommy. What do you want? Leave me alone. Stop calling my name.
Oh man, they will call your name till you're
Oh
dead in the
my
ground.
God.
I'm talking about
Oh, children. We'll just call
no
you over
longer. Here,
and
Lord.
over. Or, they get to, mommy, look, mommy, look, mommy, look, mommy, look. I'm looking. What else do you want me to look at?
They said, look,
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm glad that she did that at the end of this, where she tackled some things that she didn't realize about parenthood, and some things that she didn't realize about parenthood until she became a parent. And I think that gave her, because I know that she said in the beginning that she had, maybe this would help her build a better relationship with her parents. And, I'm hoping, and it seems that she got a better understanding of her parents and what they had been through. And it doesn't erase everything, but I think it helps process why they do certain things that they do. Doesn't make it, doesn't put a bandage over it and heal everything, but it does give you some perspective. And so I'm glad that she was able to get some of that perspective from talking to her dad and looking at what her mother had been through. Her mother had been through so much, man.
that lady been through the struggle back and get back and again.
She did. That woman held it down. She held it down for her family. She really did. Do y'all have any final thoughts that you would want to share? We're coming up on an hour 40. Yeah, like I said, it was a 5-star read for me.
You're like, loved it. Great.
Loved it. Great choice, Brie.
It gave.
It gave and it tore me apart.
Oh, yeah. Piece by piece.
I was sitting there in the bathroom and I was reading the final pages of it and I just started bawling. I said, not Brie chose something to wreck my feelings. Who
Yeah,
does that?
it definitely comes for your livelihood.
Comes for your life. It tore my livelihood apart.
Mm-hmm.
It made me feel like I don't know.
It's not for the what they call it, the faint of heart.
It's not for the faint of heart. I
It's
think with
not.
all the history that's tied into it, and then all the stuff about like the family dynamics, like it's not for the faint of heart. It's not an easy read whatsoever.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. Every time I thought it was going to get better, something worse would happen. Yeah, I had a
Mm-hmm.
couple of moments like that too. I did. I had a couple
Mm-hmm.
of moments like that where I was like, oh, it's going to get better.
And then it got worse.
And then it got worse, especially with her dad. I thought, oh, I was like, oh, he's going to catch a break. He's going to catch a break. He's going to catch a break.
Yeah, you have faith for him, and it just don't work that way.
No, it doesn't, unfortunately. Anybody else have any final thoughts? Yeah, but she did just really, yeah, the artwork was gorgeous. I like the watercolor and the monochrome effect that she had going on there. For this month coming up, so our live show, we won't be back again until July 6th. So we're kind of a little bit behind in terms of um, when we're hitting everything. But our next ones that we're doing are How to Be Ace and Snapdragon.
Because for July, we can do the first week and the last week.
It's totally up. I mean, we just, we go with the flow. No, Simone, you didn't offend me earlier.
Who got offended?
No. They were just saying like, I really hope I didn't offend you earlier, and I'm like, no, you didn't
Oh
offend me at all.
no.
No, not at all. Those are always great
Hi,
convers-
Jordan.
conversation. Jordaline, I hear that we're supposed to meet in person.
I was just about to say she's obsessed with you.
I heard we're supposed to meet in person.
I snitched on you, Jordan. I did. I did. I felt like it was the time.
We'll
It was
make
the
it
time.
happen. But
I
no,
need to
no.
see you in person.
Who?
You?
Me? Man, listen, when we get this house situation settled in, like you gotta fly
I'm
down.
already ready. My bag's packed at the door.
Yeah, you gotta fly down.
I'm
We'll
gonna
make
have to
it
get there by bus, drive somehow.
we'll
My
make it
cousin
a whole
said it's
thing.
not too far of a drive. That's what she said, but I don't believe her.
Not too far of a drive from where?
You from where I'm at.
Huh?
That's what she says.
Child, no. That's probably like a 14, 15 hour drive, if
She
not more.
said she said if I come and visit her in Milwaukee, which is 8 hours from me, it won't be a long drive.
Let me look that up real quick. Because now I'm curious.
But now I'm moving 4 hours away from where I live.
I didn't know you were moving that far.
Mm-hmm. Is it 4? 3.5? Something like that.
Child, no.
How many
Your
hours is
cousin
it?
is tripping. I was right about that.
What she? It's 16 from Milwaukee.
It's 13 from Milwaukee. Girl, don't make that drive. No, you cannot make that drive. That's 900
All
miles.
I need is a Red Bull and a little
No,
bit of
no,
life.
ma'am. You better fly. Round trips from Milwaukee are 374. That's not bad
I,
for a round trip.
it is. For me, I compare everything to Europe. Why can't we make flying around the US more accessible?
With the price of gas right now,
Man,
$3.74 for a
I
round trip
feel
is not
like I gotta
bad.
charge. I'm getting charged from air from shaking this ass. That's how I feel. Everything I'm being charged for. Charged to breathe, charged to move. Next thing we know, we're gonna have to pay for quiet.
You listen, you're right. Jordan, I didn't know you were following me on Instagram. I had no idea. So I don't even remember how I figured that out. I think I saw you tagged in somebody else's story in a mutual. And I was like, is this the Jordan line that I've been hearing so much about? And then I looked and then I saw you were following me. I was like, damn, I ain't shit.
And now Jordan said, I almost died and passed out. That's how I feel. So that's how I feel. When you asked me to be on my first live ever was with Ashley.
Was
And
it
I was
really?
just my first live ever. And you asked me, I called my whole family. I said, listen, let me tell this black woman, she asked for me to be on her live.
Wait, when was this?
I can't remember what live it was, but it was you were my
Brie, I
first
don't
live,
remember
and
how
I
we
was
even
freaking out, and
met.
you were like, "You just go with the flow, it'll be fine." And I was like, "Ah," and I was trying not to freak out, and then you asked me to be on other lives, and I said, "She don't know it yet, but I'm about to slide in her whole life."
And here we are now, 2 years later,
I
life.
said, "I'm
My
about to
whole life.
swoop up in her
My
whole
whole
life."
if y'all only knew how involved Bree is in my
I'd
life.
be like, hey, what you doing?
Bree be hearing when I say the dirty details.
The dirty.
I feel like I be calling you. I was like, I called you when the phone went bad. I was calling you to vent. I was like, I'm fucking tired of this day. Shit's everywhere. I
Do you
can't do anything
remember?
I want to do. This is
Okay,
all horseshit. I was
so
so
I had this
mad.
big thing happen in December of last year.
Oh man. Oh, the way I was in that. Oh, I was deep. I was
Bree,
deep.
I called Bree. Do I call this person and confront them? Yes, get off the phone and call them now.
Yeah, exactly. I said, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna stand by. I was sitting like this in my living room, like. I'm gonna give it some time. She gonna call me back.
Oh my, like literally, like you were there like I just now I'm thinking about it. Like when I found out, I immediately called you.
And then you said, "Okay, I just want to know. Tell me if I'm wrong." You didn't even say nothing. I'm like, "You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong."
I'm like, what am I supposed to say? What you mean?
You gotta live your life. I
Oh,
love it here.
y'all would never like. I feel like if y'all didn't know, like you would never know that Bree and I have never met in person before.
You would never know.
You would never know.
My favorite comment is when I was with I was in a live. What was it? Katie, Kayla, and Gavin. And I said, Ashley will cut y'all for me. You in the comments. Absolutely.
I sure
And you
did.
better
I
know
forget
it.
what I sure did. I do remember saying, I don't know what live that was, but I sure
You
enough
were
said,
like,
I'll go to jail.
absolutely.
I was like, I'll go to jail. Y'all can play with me if you want to. You can play with me if you want to,
Listen,
but I will go to jail.
I tried to play it off in the beginning. I said, don't be a groupie. Let it happen naturally. So I just stayed in the cut. I'm a therapist. I got patience. I was like, it'll happen. If it's meant to be, it
So
will happen.
so here's the thing. Did you sorry y'all, we're working out our friendship on this
And
live.
y'all are witnessing it.
So did you Jordan line, thank you.
Wait, did I miss something?
Jordan said, I'm so glad you snitched. Ashley is an icon.
Snitched
I'm honored.
immediately. Immediately.
Um, did you follow me before we actually met?
Yes, I told you in Ukraine I was creeping. I told you and in Jerry, I was sitting in Ukraine in my 1 bedroom apartment. Okay, I'm gonna stop lying. It was a studio, but I was still like, look at these bitches living their lives.
I don't know
talking
how
about
we met
books?
though.
Listen, what happened was, let me break it down to you. What happened was, I really was like, man, I really like her mind. When y'all did the town hall, that solidified
Ah,
all the years of
yeah.
me following you
Okay, okay, okay,
prior, right?
okay, okay.
And then there was an issue I had with another booktuber, and Deidre was like, "You should tell Ashley." A mug, I don't even
That's how that
know. A
happened.
mug, I don't even. I was like,
Yes.
"You sure?" Like, I don't know if I should. And then it was on and cracking. I was like, "Ashley, these folks are stripping," and you're like, "You better watch her."
I sure did. Now I remember exactly what that situation was too, and I was like, "Don't fuck with her."
Yep. Exactly what
I
you
said that bitch
told.
ain't she ain't never been shit, so don't fuck with her. You
Ain't
good?
this
Yeah.
trash? And I was like, "Am I?" And then here go Deidre. You know, you just too nice. I said, "It ain't the first time I've been called that."
Oh my gosh. And then yup, and then it just went from there.
Yeah, it's
Oh
you and Jerry and Kayla who I've followed on YouTube. I didn't know about everybody else until I started to get into YouTube.
yeah.
I mean, BookTube. But like y'all are the people I would watch. And Jackie Aina, that's who I had on my YouTube like clockwork.
Oh
Cause
wow.
I don't know why I thought Jackie was my best friend. I said, "Yeah, girl, all these people are trash in the industry. I don't know nothing about no beauty industry."
That's interesting. That's oh wow. Oh wow. Well, it's been a minute now. It's been 2 years.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it feels longer,
it feels
honestly.
longer. It does. It
It
feels like
feels
it's been
so
longer than
long.
2
It
years.
feels like we coming up on a 10-year anniversary or something.
Man, I'm telling you, once this house situation is like,
I'm
once we get
ready.
shit in the bag, like it's a
The
go.
other day I was like, "Did she get a?" No, she would have called.
Nah, as soon as I'll call you as soon as I have it. But
I
nah,
was like, she would have called, told me.
I'm on
But
my
yeah.
I'm on my third real estate agent though.
Damn.
Yeah. I got linked up with a girl though. She's real cool. I went to school with her. And all
Like
my
the
line
line
sisters,
sister.
my line sisters recommended her.
Oh, so I'm thinking that should work, right? The network
Yeah,
is
yeah. No,
tight.
she's been great. She's been great so far. Um, but I kind of like reached my breaking point. Like I didn't get the chance to tell you about this. Now we sitting here having a conversation for all y'all. Whatever. Not like we don't do this for having a whole
What you
conversation
mean?
like y'all
Buckle
not
in,
even
yeah.
But I I had made an offer on a place and they declined my offer and then the guy called back and was like, "Are you still interested?" So usually when they do stuff like that, you're probably the next offer that they had lined up hoping that you would take. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, okay, if this offer doesn't work out, here's a person that we can go up, as a backup. So their first offer fell through.
Mm-hmm.
And then, so when they called, they didn't even put the house back on the market. They just called my agent and they were like, "Hey, we're not putting the house back on the market. We're just calling to see if your client's still interested in the house." So I was like, "Yeah." So I put in my offer. I put in the same offer that I made the first time.
They wanted you to put more.
He
Greed.
wanted me to put. He wanted me to
Greed.
put more. He wanted me to put more. So when I put in the same offer, he declined it.
Okay, sir. Well, you go and get your bucket and your nickel somewhere
First of all, you were selling your house as is, meaning that you're
and
not
there was
paying.
something wrong with the house that you were going to have to fix, right?
Exactly. As soon as first of all, that house had been rented out. So he had owned the house, but he had tenants in the house and they fucked that house up. Like when we went to the showing, like, sometimes you have to get past like how people have kept the house and you have to think about it in terms of like, does this house have potential? Like
Yeah.
once it's cleaned out and everything, like what can I do with this house to make this house my own? And so I went in looking at the house from that perspective, like, okay, this house has good bones. There's a lot that I could do with the house. And when we walked in, you could tell it had not been upkept, like at all. Like basically, like the kitchen was completely like filthy. They hadn't
Mm.
cleaned anything. It
Was
needed
it a ring on the toilet? I get real
yes,
serious
around the
about that.
tub, like everything.
Oh God.
It was like a mad dash to get out of there, and they didn't even make the place presentable because they had rented the property out and it wasn't their property. So they just kind of like they really that like the refrigerator was disgusting, like the whole nine. But the house itself had good potential.
Mm-hmm.
So when I had made my offer, it was at market standard. I'm not giving you more on a property that I'm going to have to turn around and invest in, like possibly getting. Hold on.
Gotta go check on baby girl.
I thought that was her. It's somebody next door.
I
Um,
thought I heard something. Was that
yeah,
was somebody next door? The
that's
walls
somebody.
that thin? We gotta get out of there.
I know, but basically it was like possibly looking at like a new HVAC system, possibly looking at like we didn't know if the roof had damage. There was a tree in the front yard that I was gonna have to get taken out because of the way that the roots were growing. Like you could see it starting like already to crack the driveway. So the issues of those roots growing is that it could disturb the foundation, and foundation issues. I mean, you're talking 20 plus grand when it comes to foundation issues.
Yeah.
So, it was a lot of work that would have had to be done. Like there was a stain on the roof that looked kind of indicative of the fact that it could have been like
Electrical issues or
water
something.
damage. So
Water.
with water damage, then you're looking at the fact that
Because you gotta rip everything apart if it's water damage.
you take the roof. The roof got to
Yeah.
get a new roof. And so like that's in between $10,000 to $12,000, depending upon like how old the roof is. And like granted, you can fold all that stuff into escrow and make it a part of your mortgage payment. But at the end of the day, with the market interest rate right now and the way that people are pricing houses, I'm not gonna give you, especially when it comes down to also when you have someone coming in and appraising a house. Like what people don't understand about this market right now and about what's happening is that you see people making these crazy ass offers, right? Okay. When an appraiser comes in, they tell you how much a house is worth. A bank, any lender, is not going to give you more than what that a house appraises for. So if you have a house that's selling for 175, right? That's what they've put the house at. You bid 185, appraiser comes in and he only markets the house, or he says that this house is worth 155. Guess what? The bank ain't giving you no more than 155. So if that person is coming in, if that seller is coming in and they're saying to you, well, we want 175 or we want what you're offering, you have to come up with $30,000 out of your fucking pockets.
Listen, we all are not throwing it back for the coin.
That's
If
what
I
I'm
can have an
saying.
OnlyFan and call it Only Pages, I will flip so many for you. But we ain't got it
We
like
don't
that.
have that. And so like my whole thing about it is like when I'm going into these properties, like I'm not gonna offer you more. Like I will do a competitive bid and I will go over a certain extent because I know that I have the cash amount to back it up if necessary.
Yeah.
But I'm not going $30,000-$40,000 over your ass if I know that your house is not going to appraise at that value. And then you're gonna be looking at me stupid like, well, I want the $30,000-$40,000 extra. I don't know any
I
working
want to
middle
be a
class
princess, but
American.
that ain't happening.
There's no working middle class American or low income American right now that has $30,000-$40,000 to blow not only on stuff that you would have to get fixed in the house, but just to throw towards getting like nobody
In this
has time for that
economy.
shit. Not in this economy where your interest rates for your mortgages right now are skyrocketing. Interest rates for a mortgage right now are disgustingly high and it fluctuates so much. It's like one day it'll be this and then it'll go down, kind of like gas prices. Like, so it fluctuates so much. So your buying power, literally for me, like my buying power shifts every single day. So one day I can afford to buy a house at a higher price. I look at the house the next day, and then whenever you close, that's what your interest rate is locked in at. So you can look at a house and make an offer, and interest rate is, I don't know, just 4.5%. Let's just say that, right? You get the closing, your house is at 6. Guess what? Guess what your interest rate gonna be? 6% when you close on the house. You locked in at the interest rate of whatever the interest rate is that day.
America.
America's disgusting. It's so hard. Like, so
And it's like, who really owns land here? Because you got to pay taxes on that
you
land.
do, you pay, and that's another thing that you have to factor in to your mortgage payment. You have to think about HOA payments. You have to think about property taxes on that house.
And HOA, like, that's a scam.
It is a scam. Because there are some HOAs, like there's a property that I'm looking at now, and the house has been on the market for a week, which in this market, it's unusual. Ain't no house sitting on the market for no week. So I saw it and I sent it to my mom. And I said, this house been sitting on the market for a week. I said, what you think is wrong with it? She said, I don't know. She said that HOA is kind of high. HOA is $100 and something a month. Sway for what? What the hell y'all doing that my HOA payment needs to be over $100 a month? So for me, that means that what they're asking me when I think about
They're
property
thinking money
taxes,
growing on trees.
exactly. When I think about property taxes, the HOA payment, and then also your insurance on the house, I'm not going much over your ask price, to be honest with you. Especially if that house needs fucking work. Like, ain't no people selling houses, y'all. Like, it's so wild. People are selling houses nowadays just like pieces of shit, and asking people to say, like, I
Homes
want
Owner Association is HOA.
185 for a house that needs a new roof, a new HVAC, new carpet, new paint, new fixtures, new countertops, new appliances. 185 for what? I saw someone who bought a house literally in June of last year. This is no lie. June of last year, bought the house for 120. Had the audacity to sell the house not even in February, March of this year for over 165. The fuck? You just bought the house last year for 120.
It's
Investors.
greed.
Investors do that too. Like, so anytime, because what investors have started doing too, which I can't, like, I just made an offer on a house, and when we got the feedback from the other agent about why our offer was declined, I told my agent, I said, we couldn't have competed with that. Somebody declined inspection and somebody declined appraisal. Are you crazy? Those investors do stuff like that though. Investors will go in and they will waive inspection, they will waive appraisal because they don't care, because they're going to get in there and tear everything up anyway, fix it up, and then jack the price up. That's what they do.
Wait, $200, Jade? Jordan, for you, is there like property taxes? And also, is there property taxes in New Zealand?
That's a good
Because
question.
then I can't remember if it is in Australia. Monica, I just want to know.
Yeah,
I think you live in Australia or New Zealand. I can't remember.
it is wild that houses are like, they're extremely, extremely high, much higher than what they've. I saw 3 bedroom, 2 baths at the beginning of this year. They were selling at like, standard, like not. I mean, really not that high. Now they're asking like over 200,000 for some 300, some 3 bedroom, 2 bath, which is high for where I live. It's on the higher end, and they're selling them as is. It's different when it's a new property, like you're getting your house built ground up. But
Mm-hmm.
for a house that's selling as is, the houses are not really, the property value decreases every year. So these houses are not worth that much. You're asking 215 for a 2 bedroom, 2 bath that was built in 2002. Why?
I
It's
live
not
in a
worth.
town. I live in a town of less than 5,000 people. Just keep that in mind. 5,000 people. I've been seeing people post in like the Facebook group chat thing about them selling houses. These folks have the audacity to be putting their houses on the market for $500,000. Who is
Mhm.
buying that? Literally, the nearest Target is an hour and 30 minutes away. The nearest Walmart is 2 hours away. The nearest Trader Joe's is 3 hours away. The nearest Costco is almost 2 hours away.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
These
It's
folks. Mm-hmm. And
it's
then, is it everywhere people pay property taxes?
I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't some type of like standard. I don't know because internationally it gets, it's a little different. But
Monica, I hate that for you too. Do y'all have like a HOA equivalent there?
before I was from major airline, no way I'm paying that. Yeah, I feel you.
Mm-hmm.
I feel you.
I'm I'm 3 hours from an airport.
Well, y'all, I'm
I
not that far. I'm about 20 minutes from the airport, but I'm not that far away from the airport.
Mm-mm. I'm mad I don't keep sweets in my house.
I'm not. I've been listen. So my thing has been going very very well.
You worked out today?
No, because I usually take one day a week where I don't, and I knew that we were going to have this live show, and I knew that we probably were going to talk after the live show. So I
I'm brand.
did Sunday, Monday, and I'll pick back up. I did Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and then I'll pick up Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday again.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean it's been good. Like how much have I lost so far? I think like 9 pounds.
Oh, you're doing it to lose weight?
I'm doing it to pick up a better lifestyle, but of course, the consequence of that is going to be me losing weight. Um,
I love how you phrase that. Cause I'd be like, I'm over here thicker than the snake. Check her out. She's thick now.
you stupid. Sit down. No, I think for me,
Me and my
like
blue jeans.
I have I have a very active toddler. Um, she loves to run. She
Oh,
likes
she's
playing
a runner.
outside. Yeah, she's a runner, as y'all have probably seen in my stories. Like, we had to do like the sidewalk chalk and all. Like, that's my daughter. My daughter is very like she would forego eating lunch if she could, so she could continue to play outside. That's just who she is as a person. And you know, I want to be able to keep up with her as she gets older. Because when we're outside now, she'd be like, "Mommy, come run with me," or whatever the case may be. Like, she just likes running,
Mm-hmm.
and um I have not been very mindful of what has been going into my body at all, which is, it is not because I had someone ask me, like, do you feel like it's a body image issue? And I said, no, it's not a body image issue. It's that I need to start taking better care of my body and respecting my body more. And so, um, I watch my sodium intake. Um, I don't do sugar at all unless it's naturally occurring. So I don't do anything with added sugar,
Wow.
which has been the hardest part. And I've had to find like substitutes to do stuff. Like I found this candy. It's vegan candy, and it's the way that they sweeten it is through like the same sugars and stuff that you would find in stuff like figs and stuff like that, like that stuff as sweetener. But like, yeah, no cake, no
I really like
cookies.
vegan candy. No cake, no cookie. Why am I
Mm-mm.
saying it like I eat a lot of cake and cookies?
No cake, no cookies, no ice cream. Cheesecake is a huge. I saw someone say cheesecake. Like that's usually like it's a huge thing for me. So none of that stuff at all.
Monica's living her best life.
no, no, I'm not gonna sit at with a McDonald's Sunday. Y'all don't feel bad for. I just know for me, like I have had to really pay close attention to what is being like I said, what's being put in my body, and so that means like being very very mindful of certain things, especially with like family history of high blood pressure, diabetes. Like I gotta, you know what I'm
Same.
saying? Like I have to start being
Same.
mindful of stuff like that because I'm getting older and I don't feel like I've been as kind to my body as I should be.
Speak on
And
that,
so
true.
it's not so much about um it's not so much about, oh, I need, to lose weight and be a size 4, which if you are, this I'm not judging, that's not a problem. But I just know for me, it's not much about body image as in like I need to make sure that I'm here on this planet for my child, extending my health. And so it's
Mm.
been really rewarding. Like, I know I shared on Instagram the other day, like it is very, and I know it said like today is my day off, but I've now found it very difficult to go to sleep without doing some type of cardio or strength training. It's really strange because I've never been like this, but like literally in May, I had made the commitment to myself and starting from the first week of May, I was doing some type of physical activity, you know, 5 to 6 times a week. And so now, we've passed that month. So now literally it's kind of ingrained into my routine and I feel awkward when I'm not doing it.
Mm.
Um, I do cardio at home. So it's, people ask me like, well, what do you, because, you're a parent. I'm not taking my child to a gym for some randos to kind of watch her, all the people
Mm-hmm.
say, oh, yeah, they have daycare at the gym. No, it took me forever to trust the people that have her now in daycare. So I literally just find, there's a couple people that I follow on YouTube. One is Fit by Ashley. I like a lot of like dancing, like so like cardio dancing. He does a lot of like dance hall and yes. Why is it every time I tell somebody I do like dance hall workouts, the first thing everybody does is this? So she has 3 routines that I've done. She has a quick 20-minute one that I like. Then she has a 30-minute dance hall and she has a 30-minute Latin inspired one, which tears me up because it's so fast paced. And so that one, it's been more difficult for me to make it through that one. I do that. There's another YouTuber, I think her name is Grow with Joe or something like that. She does walking videos. So she,
Listen, send me that link. That's all
okay,
you had to say. Because me, I will walk to the end of time. You want me to run? See, look, I got arthritis in my knees and I do need to be more active.
yeah,
But also depression is thick.
yeah,
Even as a therapist, y'all, I just
yeah,
like to be transparent. Depression is whooping my ass. So
yeah,
I don't have no energy to do a lot of shit, even though it looks like I do. I be over
yeah,
here masking. But literally after this, I'm gonna be just
yeah.
I don't have no energy, but I do need to start walking. Yesterday I
So
forced myself to stand outside in the sun. I was
so
like,
her walking videos, I will go ahead and preface this, they're not just walking in place. So she does it's walking, but she incorporates like a lot of different things to get your heart rate pumping.
oh, here
And
she
so
go.
I would start off with her like she has one video that's like she lost 50 pounds by walking. I would start with that one because it's low impact and it's only like 20 minutes long.
Yeah, that's all I need is low impact. My knees
Yeah,
can't handle too much stuff.
she does low impact and with me too, Brie, like my knees, like I have to go, that's another thing, I have to go to the doctor and get my knees checked out because I may need physical therapy for my knees. But I
You
also
think you
found
got Arthur?
I might, but they're not here's the catch, this was funny. They're not bothering me as bad as when I first started working out. So
Yeah,
now
they're probably getting stronger.
yeah, they're not as irritated. Like they're still sore, but when I first started getting physical again, like literally walking down the stairs was so god awful painful. But I also make sure I ice and heat my knees after I get finished. But yeah, so I do her, and then there's a I don't know her name, but I do an at home strength training as well, because cardio is good, but also like strength training is what tones you up. So she has it's 2 circuits, and each exercise is 60 seconds, and
Yeah, you
it's
talking about
deceiving
stuff.
because it looks easy until you start doing it, and then you're like,
Yeah.
oh no, this is not easy. So she does squats, there's static lunges, there's, I forget what the move is called, but it's like you're on your hands and knees, and like you will lift, like you'll lift your right arm out, and then your left leg will go out at the same
Oh,
time.
and you doing this? Is it
Yeah,
that thing?
yeah,
No. What I
yeah,
like to do whenever I get there is yoga with Adrian. I don't know what's happening, but that white woman took me through some hard times in Ukraine, and I go right back. She has a yin and yang,
yeah,
like mindful breathing,
yeah,
which really helps me with my anxiety. I love that. And then I go walk the pound away. I hate that it's walk the pound away, but that white woman has been in the game for 50, 11 years.
yeah,
And she just do a nice low impact,
yeah,
and she has so many types of videos, and she'd be like, all right, we're going to do it double time. And it's
yeah,
literally a 2 step this way, 2 step that way.
yeah,
And when you first start them, you're like, damn, she really took me through it. And then you do it and you get used to it. I used to do it at lunchtime.
yeah.
So maybe I need to either get into that or take myself on a walk
Yeah.
outside, you know.
I also, which is so interesting, what I found out is that people don't realize too that like if your aim and goal is to lose weight, like working out is not what you should be looking at to lose weight. Like that's not, which I think the science behind that is very strange. So like I've been doing a lot of reading about that too. So outside of the regular reading, I've been doing like a lot of reading about just mindful eating. And so for me, which I should be documenting my journey, but I'm so fearful of failure that I'm, I'm like, I don't want to document this because
That's
3 months
that Virgo,
from
y'all.
now, huh?
That's that Virgo, y'all.
I know it is. But like, so basically, I've been learning that like they've been doing studies in the past few years that tell you that like if you're aiming your goal is to lose weight, you shouldn't, like exercise is not your priority. Um, hold on.
Jessica,
That
I'm about to inbox you, just so you know, just in case you're trying to block me on the internet. I will not be blocked. No, I'm just kidding.
well, they say that the most important thing is you got to watch what you put in your body. So that means that like, not calorie counting necessarily, but being mindful of like when you're actually hungry and when you are eating out of like emotions or boredom or whatever the case may be, and you're not really hungry. So like I started this program where like they have you think about your hunger on 4 different levels. So a level 1 is like where you're fine because you probably have just eaten a meal. A level 2 is where you start to feel the aches of being hungry, but you can hold out. A level 3 is where you're hungry, and a level 4 is where you've crossed that line and you've waited too long. So then you have a tendency to overeat. And
Man,
so
when you wait too long, it be rough. Tearing up
yeah,
everything in sight.
so then like I learned stuff like I'm not hungry when I wake up in the morning, but I've always been taught like when as soon as you get up, you eat breakfast. And I'm like, now I get up and I don't like I hydrate. That's also another thing. Like I drink nothing but water at this point, which is a change. It's a big change.
Wow.
Yeah,
Um,
drink nothing but water. But like I have felt more comfortable about my skin since drinking nothing but water to the point I don't even put no makeup on when I do my videos now. I don't put makeup on now when I do my videos. I don't. Oh, her name is the one that I was talking about, Alexis. Her name is Grow with. Let me not lie to you. I feel like her name is Grow with Joe. We have a stranger watching, and I don't know how I feel about that.
A stranger?
A stranger. When people text you and tell you things that you're doing. That is okay. So it is Grow with Joe. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Jessica, I am texting you go. And the fact that I'm seeing you right on the screen and you don't see my text on the Twitter? Just kidding, I'm needy.
Grow with Joe is I have been so intimidated to like start anything why are you just not liking that tweet?
I know, I'm real late. And I'm sharing
It's
it.
so late. Sharing it for what?
To be fair, I forget about Twitter often. I forget that it exists.
Now you got me on daggone Instagram. I mean not Instagram, on YouTube.
Yeah, the struggle. The struggle is real. I wanted to respond to Monica, her comment from way back. You freaked out when I followed you on Instagram? Girl, listen, have y'all been on Monica's Instagram? Making a fool out of all of us with the artistic layout spreads for her reading journal, making us all look like fools on Beyonce's internet. I be trying my best, and then I look at yours and I said, "Sit down, young grasshopper," to myself, because nothing. All right.
I know I probably should add some links. I'm trying to see if I could find the video
That you do the best. I'm reading comments now.
I
Intermittent fasting. Let me tell you. Let me take y'all on a journey. I did intermittent fasting, but I hated the rules. The thing I loved about intermittent fasting is that you know how people get depressed and all they want to do is eat. I'm not that type of person who experienced depression. I don't eat. And then I feel terrible and my stomach cramp really bad because I forget to eat.
because you forget to eat, yeah.
So I intermittent fasting to help with that because I know I got 8 hours to eat and then I'm done. I don't think about it no more.
Monica, I
Then I
want to follow
stopped.
you.
Huh?
I want to follow Monica on Instagram.
Listen, you should. It's heaven on earth. I ain't lying.
Y'all, you have to forgive me because half the time, like I don't pay attention to when people follow me. I'm like no lie, which is why it took me forever to figure out that Jordaline followed me. Like
It be like that.
I have
It
no
be like
idea
that.
who follows me until Monica. What's your Instagram name?
It's what the biblio.
Are you really are you sending me the straight face? Is that a straight face?
So let me tell y'all. So I bought these things to help me break my fast, and now I'm sitting here with 3 of them. They ain't never been used. I'm gonna have to sell them because I don't have it in me to intermit nobody. I need something to drink.
Oh, see, Monica was following me already. Ooh, child, look at that bullet journal spread.
I'm telling you, you
Oh
should have seen the
shoot.
one for Black Aweenathon. I felt
Well,
special. I'm
damn.
ready to see what this year gonna bring.
Hey, yo, Monica, teach me your ways.
Making a
Oh my
fool.
gosh, these are so
I'm gonna
pretty.
say it again. Making a fool of all of us.
Look at your wrap up, your reading stats.
There's an alternate day fasting too. I need to look that up, Branch. I do. I'm just saying the read. Listen, it's because of you I added this piece to my spread. Hold on.
Yo, y'all need to follow Monica on Instagram though,
Yeah,
for real.
sometimes I'd be like, what would Monica do with this? Let me show you what I added.
These are
Hold
so
on.
pretty.
Hold on. Because of you, I added these.
Oh, the
I like
graph.
these. Yeah, just a little graph, and then I feel bad because depression really hit in May. And I didn't feel in nothing. I was supposed to put 32 things I'm thankful of now that I'm 32. I didn't get to that at all. But I will go back and hit it up.
Oh my gosh, these spreads are gorgeous.
Listen, y'all better hit up Monica. She out
Not
here
me sitting
trying
here
to
going through
be,
your entire Instagram page right now, literally.
as you should. Go all the way back to October. I'm telling you. It was
You have a
good.
swatch notebook?
Yep. She also shows like new products she has on Instagram stories. And then she had one, what was it? She had one spread where it's like you show your readathons or your reading challenges, but the
Yeah.
way it was set up was just
Hold on, let me go all the
chef
way back.
kiss. It gave. Left no crumbs. Not a crumb in sight. Amen.
Monica, what type of notebook do you use?
Also, have you seen Jordaline Reed's notebook too?
Yes.
Love it.
Yes.
Because of Monica and Jordaline, I got and this other white lady who I follow. I don't know her name, and I feel bad calling her this white lady. Let me see if I can find it. Damn, where did that go? Maybe it wasn't on this shelf. Huh? Am I playing myself? Well, I don't know where it's at. I was trying to
Oh,
show
these
you
are
my new
pretty.
journal, my new bullet journal I got. Who knows where it's
Well, the
at?
black one was pretty too.
I'm just saying, it's still in the
From
Lord's
last
work.
year, that one's really pretty.
Amen. That's what I have. Archer and Olive. Jesus, I gotta find
Well,
it.
Archer and Olive's gray notebook from her. Okay.
I love Archer. Hold on, I'm gonna find it. I ain't going. I'm finding it. Where are you? Where did you? Where did you go?
Monica, and your handwriting is gorgeous.
What'd you say?
I said, and Monica's handwriting is gorgeous.
Right. I'm like, dang. Even the penmanship is given.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm over here looking like a toddler. I hate this.
Ooh, that is so pretty. We did the health tracker in June in Pride colors.
Really?
Really pretty.
Just had the damn notebook in my hand, Jesus. And I went through this stuff. But where did you go? So you don't look like you up in here.
Ooh.
It's just a white box. It's
I'm
literally
definitely going.
a white
All right,
box.
let me see. Archer and Olive. Archer and Olive.
Literally tearing shit up to find it. Oh, all right. Thank God. Okay, I
Did you
found
find
it,
it?
but I don't know when I want to use it. So I got it for coupon. It was
Uh,
on sale. I was
That's
gonna do
pretty.
a whole unboxing on my channel, but here we are. It's giving cute. Da na 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 na. Only pages. Okay. I can make some money off of this. Little
That's really
page
pretty.
porn. Huh?
That's really pretty.
Ain't that pretty?
That's really pretty.
Look at that. It's so cute. I haven't opened it because I'm not ready. But I do have it stashed away for when I am. And just the packaging for me. That's real nice. But yeah, you can get a little discount. I would get them on sale.
And some of these are really nice.
You on the website?
Yeah.
That's my girl. That's my girl. What
Not
you
Fifth
waiting
Harmony.
for? Huh?
Not Fifth Harmony.
Yeah.
But it's a shame that I know exactly what you're talking about now.
Anything but your heart and your soul in it. Anything but your heart and your soul. That's my girl. That's my girl.
I used to love them.
I swear I did. I was like, you ain't gotta go to work. Work.
Work. It's so basic.
I was like, you can work from home. That one girl, Cabela, I really think she be breathing. I don't think she be singing. You work from home.
She has a very, very unique she has a very unique voice. And that whole group was just toxic. That's a toxic situation for those young ladies to be in, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm a sucker for good packaging too, Jessica. It's the same.
Anything. Now you gotta. Can you give me another song? Cause like I don't want to be stuck.
You will never find, bum.
Really? That's
a hairline quite like mine. No, I'm just kidding.
You'll never find.
Get it. Papa was a rolling stone.
Like I do.
Hit it.
I don't know the rest of the words.
Jazz hands.
I was listening to damn Gerald Levert, and I was so pissed that nobody knew his song "Mr. Too Damn Good." I'm like, how do y'all not know that song?
Listen, people forget.
I wanna be a smile on your face.
Oh,
baby.
Showered you with love and some grace.
Stop.
I wanna sex you up. And I wanna pick you up.
In bed.
Amen.
Oh, baby, I'll be your fool.
Your fool.
Too damn good.
Too
I was
damn
like, how
good.
does somebody know that song?
I don't know the words, but I was trying to vibe.
You low-key fucking my ass up, to be honest with you.
I was like, too damn good for you, baby. Let me hold you and squeeze you and tell you good night.
Wanna be a
Okay, I got
smile
you.
on your face.
Baby, you know you don't want to smile on your face. Come on over here, girl. That's how they used to talk.
Yes, they did.
Right
Oh,
around,
you know who?
6:30 p.m. When my old lady at home.
You know what song is nasty though? I'm about to sing it to you. With his old behind. Telling me this and telling me that. You say we're something good, I'll never go back. It's something
that you gotta teach.
Well,
here I am, baby. Practice
what you
you
preach.
preach.
I'm like,
Telling me this and telling me that. He said, come on, girl, let me hold me.
oh my God.
Squeeze me. Do what you told me you gonna do.
I said, this song is so filthy. See, old folks always talk about y'all just nasty. I'm like, no, y'all used to be nasty low key. Because for this man to say, you keep telling me this and telling me that, you say, once I get with you, I'll never go back. You say you have a lesson that you want to teach. So here I am, baby. Practice what you preach.
He said, practice
What
what you
you preach.
preach.
I said, oh, not
And
be
the way
blushing because this
that
old
lady was
man is talking
rubbing up
about
on
getting
his
some.
thigh, I was like, oh. Listen, Barry White did it to me.
Listen, that's supposed to be y'all
And
singing request.
Anita,
Can you sing
listen,
Tevin Campbell?
Anita Baker,
Can we talk
what?
for a
For a
minute?
minute,
Girl, I want to
want to
know
know
your
your
name.
name. Can we talk
For a minute.
for a minute now? Girl, come on now. Let's talk for a minute.
They really do not. I promise y'all. I swear they just do not make music like that anymore.
They don't.
They don't make music like that no more. Like you
Giving
not gonna find.
you the best that I've got.
I don't know.
Wait, what I miss?
Do Me Baby by Prince.
Do
I
me,
don't.
baby. Is that Do Me Baby? Is that song?
What? Let me tell you
Baby,
what
like,
song
do
I
me,
do love
baby.
by Prince, but he never released it. He gave it to what's that woman's name? Something O'Connor. Oh, I can't remember her name. The song is now I can't remember the name of the song. What is the song that Prince wrote? It's hands down my favorite Prince song. Now I'm about to look it up. Not complaining thing because they'll flag the mess out of this video.
I love Anita Baker.
Nothing
I
compares to
love
you.
her.
Yes,
Nothing compares.
nothing compares to you. So that was originally written for her, but they just released not too long ago. They released the version that he did, and I'd listened to it and I played it for my parents. My parents were like, "That's not Prince's song," and I was like, "It is. He wrote it. That's why you know the song, but you don't know his version." But Nothing Compares to You is like me and my child will sit in the car. Nothing compares to you. Y'all
Y'all
have to
see how
listen
I
to that
pretended that I
song.
knew?
Nothing, nothing. That's my
I
song.
remember there was a time I was going more I guess more modern. No, it's not. I used to be obsessed with Salt and Pepper.
Ma'am. Ma'am.
I remember screaming, "I'll take your man." What man are you taking at 7? Okay, young lady. What man are you taking? I'm like, and I'll take your man right out the box and put. I'm like, girl, what man are you taking?
But
But
listen,
7-year-old Bree was taking men
when you
by the stall.
when you think about some of the songs that we would sing as kids, like my mom, no lie, y'all, just like a couple of weeks ago, she started to play what's that song by LL Cool J? Oh,
He had a lot of bangers.
doing it well, doing it
Doing
and
it and
doing it and
doing it
doing
and
it.
doing it
No, mom,
well.
I said, no, ma'am. I said, turn it off. She said, what's wrong? I said, have you listened to the lyrics of Doing It Well? This
He
song is
nasty, man. He lick his lips a
disgusting.
lot. You know he licking on
That
in
song
the
is
upper
nasty.
room.
I
You
was
know,
like,
as a kid, I don't think I know we're doing it well. I thought it was just dancing because they were dancing in the video. So I was like, okay, we doing it. Like we are actively dancing.
but like, I didn't know either when I was younger, but like, when I listened to like his first verse alone, it's our first time together and I'm feeling kind of horny. Conventional methods of making love kind of bore me. I want to knock your block off, get my rocks off, blow your socks off, make sure your G spot's off. I'm going to call you Big Daddy and scream your name. Matter of fact, I can't wait for
Not
your
Big
candy
Pappy.
rain. Say what you saying. I get my swerve on, bring it live. Make it last forever. Damn, that kitty cat's tight.
The kitty cat.
Daddy, slow down with your flow. Put it on me like a G baby, nice and slow. I need a roughneck, beep, Mendingo in the sack, who ain't afraid to pull my hair and spank me from the back. You right? Instantaneously, you grab your locks like, wait, hold on.
Listen,
Then
I'm
he
gonna
goes
tell you
on.
right here. Anybody grabs my hair while we are engaging in coitus, I'm gonna kill you dead on the street. In the street.
Don't pull my hair
R.I.P.
unless I tell you to. That's my
R.I.P.
one rule.
Dearly
Unless I tell you, don't touch my hair
beloved.
unless I tell you to.
Listen, dearly beloved, we have gathered here today to see this man go 10 feet under because y'all done put him down 6. I done got re-pissed and had to knock him down 4 more. What?
Y'all, the second verse is worse. I'm in the mix now, searching for the right spot to hit now, get down. Damn, I love a beat down. You use a rubber. Damn right, you are my lover all night. The putty good to you, word to mama, mad tight. The only thing left to do is climax. Let's make it last. Word, we ain't going out like that. All this time you've been telling me that you was a don. I tried to warn you, girl, you wouldn't listen. Now let's get it on. You make me wild. Don't do that. Chill. Wait a minute, baby. Let me please you back. You talk a good one, shorty. Now you're making me sweat. How a lie blank like it, girl. Nice and wet. We get it on to the break of dawn. Damn, you're large. How a big girl like it. Daddy, nice and
Not a big.
Save sexing it, flexing it, getting mad affectionate, chewing it, oohing it, all while we're doing it. I can't.
My thing is,
song
I have
is
two issues. I have
disgusting.
two issues. One, until dawn. Who has the time to knock in the boots until dawn? People tired. They got back problems. They got work in the morning.
First of all, most men.
Also,
First of all, I'm talking in a from a very cis heterosexual perspective in this moment. Okay, most men do not last that long anyway, and I don't know why people give like these false things where like, oh yeah, baby, I can go all night. Most men be like one round and be like,
minute,
oh, I'm done.
they
I'm
are
done.
mini
Tap it
GI
out.
Joes.
Tap it
Minute
out.
GI Joes
Done.
out here
Done.
in the street.
Done.
And another thing is like big. No shade to nobody who's into being fisted, but I am not. Go be fisted. You see this? And they mammy.
I'm not either.
I like my
not
organs
either.
to be where they are. I'm talking
I'm
about
not either.
heart, chest, kidney, lung to stay where they are. You not about to rearrange nothing over here.
Talking about stick your fist in, huh?
I'm not
What?
being rearranged for nobody. I'm sorry. What? Yo,
Absolutely
fist.
not.
Is this? Are we going to a protest? Power to the people? Because that's the only time I'm gonna need to see that, sir. What? People are dumb. I can't stand them.
I just feel like these songs and so many of these videos and porn especially sets up these false expectations. Speaking primarily here, cis het relationship experience. Like, y'all be setting people up for the okie doke.
It's the okie doke, the fakey doke. I just feel like who has the time? If I'm trying to do the thing and you telling me let's get it on to the morning, I'm gonna be like Arthur and Writers can't do it because that's the name of my
First
need.
of all,
Arthur
you
and
gotta go
Writers.
to work. I'm not playing with you.
No, I gotta
Talking
go to
about
work
we gonna
and
be
I'm not.
doing nothing to the first of all, let's be honest. My lady parts do not stay moisturized for that long. Okay,
Now
like
we gotta get the Vaseline
this
and Lubiana.
video's not getting monetized.
You're like Lubiana,
Like
come hither.
they're like I'm like Bruh, first of all, naturally, that's not going to work. Like, I'm not going to stay moisturized for that extensive period of
And
time.
I don't know what person is more moisturized that long.
I
Like,
don't,
listen, we ate the Energizer Bunny. It don't go on and on and
it
on.
doesn't go all night. So, my whole thing about it is, first of all, that friction then turns into pain. And I don't want to
And that
have
was friction.
it's friction. And people don't realize when you play around with stuff like that, you can actually cut your insides up.
And you can start a fire. You don't know if somebody down there with the National Geographic Forest down there. I'm talking about monkeys. I'm talking about
We
orangutans.
just
Oh,
listen,
I'm
we
just
appreciate
swinging.
no matter what level of upkeep, if you're a national forest or
It's
if
a
you're
fire.
dry,
It's
like
a
there,
fire.
like the desert,
It's a
like the
fire.
like the cracks, those deserts that have no
Oh,
water.
call the fire people. Hose her, baby. Hold her down.
You
Hose
can
her.
go from what's Smokey the Bear? We don't want to start forest fire to barren deserts with no water looking cracked. Like
Woo!
we love it all, shapes,
Listen,
sizes, and forms.
listen. No. People is losing their shit.
Smokey the Bear, please don't. Let's not start forest
This
fire.
gonna listen. People be having the National Geographic down there. No shade, no shade, no
But
shade,
here's my thing though. I
no
don't like
shade.
men who are like, I don't like Smokey the Fire, like forest for the truth. I don't like that. And then they have the audacity to pull down their pants and it's
It
like
hammer
Chivas.
time.
I'm like, you got me on. First of all, you're talking about me with your nasty, sweaty parts. It's just, oh
Listen,
God, it's
I hate when they come at us when they got.
I will be quick. I'll be quick to tell a man,
They call
listen,
them nut bush, just hanging down there.
looking like, wait, those damn,
They got the Steve Harvey down below.
the snowball Debbie cakes.
They got exactly. If I gotta go play Find Wardo with your peen because you got that much hair,
Don't talk about me.
I'm Dora and I'm trying to explore, but the map is nowhere to be found. Sir, are you serious to
And
make
they're gonna
expectations
complain.
of me?
And then complain about us. And then complain about us. Like, I don't get that. You cannot sit here and talk about how you can't stand when a woman is not kept up, but then half of y'all be running around and your balls smell like sweat and all day. And
The
like and you
ball
got the and you
smells
wanna,
like
and then you
they've
want to
been
sit that
hanging
in
around.
somebody's face. I'm like, what?
It's just uncomfortable.
It's very uncomfortable. Wait, breathe.
It's
Because I've been in situations where like the pants have dropped and I'm like, what? Where did I go wrong in my life? What did I do?
There's one time.
This is
not
karma.
us exposing ourselves on Beyonce. There was one time. You're gonna have to delete the video. Oh, there was one time.
How am I gonna delete it? It's a damn discussion for a book club.
Just take out the end. But there was one time where I saw something and I said, he think he about to fist me in this economy? in this economy, you coming out with something that's looking like this?
Stronghold.
Sir, I got an
I have
appointment in
seen
the morning.
one.
Me, I got an appointment. I got places to go. You might as well zip up, zip in,
Go home,
roll
bro.
back, whatever you need to do to get your cash back. But I just gotta head out.
I've heard that one. I've had a situation like that before too, where I literally, like, no lie, I looked at him and said, "What do you want me to do with that?" He said, "What you mean?" I
Listen,
said, "I
paint a
don't
picture.
know what you want to, but that is not gonna work. I'm just gonna let you know right here. I'm so
No,
sorry to
ma'am.
disappoint you, but this situation, what we thought was going to happen, it can't happen. It's not going to happen."
Listen, I just feel like certain expectations, people need to just stop coming at us. You know what I mean? Like,
If you, and also I'm gonna find it weird if your request is a full bald situation.
But you know, there are men who do like who ask for a full blown like they are offended when it's not fully bald.
And this is why I be saying these folks be tripping. These right here. These folks be tripping right here. When they be asking for a full bald when we out here with this curly hair and prone to ingrowns.
And I've oh, that's not fun. I don't think people realize like that situation in that area is not fun.
And getting a Brazilian gotta be something close to childbirth because I almost kicked the lady in the face a couple months ago. I said, bitch, you about to get these hands, this foot, and this puss. And you about to get everything. You understand? Because I'm screaming, Lord. I'm fighting for my life. Fighting for my life on this table. Then she went inside and ripped. I said, you couldn't even put your hand down to help save me?
Nope. 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 Not at all.
Olivia, we talking about unfair expectations. We're speaking from a heterosexual lens
Yeah.
of the men folk having requests for the upkeep of the vaginal area. It has been established that some of us have to play Where's Waldo when looking for the thing that is a phallic shape. And some of us have found out that a landing strip may or may not be appropriate. And some of us have also found out that going bald may not be the best choice. And we've also found out that men also have the National Geographic forest growing down there. Orangutans. I'm talking about bonobos. I'm talking about snakes. Just hanging tree to tree. They hanging. They swinging. They swing. It ain't the only thing swinging down there, baby. That ain't the only thing down there swinging. I mean, to their knees, just swinging
I
hair.
cannot.
Braid my hair back and braiding the hair down there while they have requests for us to look a certain way.
Which
I
is
hope that wraps it up.
it's so disheartening and so irritating to have to deal with men having requests of women and not having to abide by the same standards whatsoever.
It's
I feel
real
like there's
garbage.
so much pressure for women, um, especially when we're talking about that. Like, I feel like there's so much pressure for women to look or behave in a certain way, and men are not held to the same standard. And that's just super unfortunate. And I'm at the point in my life where I'm like, listen, not gonna do it.
I
Not
feel
gonna do
that.
it. Not gonna
I
do it.
feel
Like,
that.
you take it for what it is, or you don't. Like, I'm not finna do all the dress it up for you for what, 15 minutes?
Listen, I'm not about to get an ingrown hair because you want
No.
something to serve. And I'm also not, I no shade to people who do wax, sugar wax, wax or wax on, wax off. What I'm saying is
No, you did not.
that shit is painful.
No, you did not just say wax on, wax off.
That shit is painful. Okay. Also, I'm trying to figure out where I get that phrase from. I'm gonna look it up.
Karate Kid.
Oh, I don't
That's
even
why I said
remember
no,
the
you did
movie.
not.
I don't even remember. I don't even remember the movie. What I'm saying is, it ain't right.
I just don't think like I don't think it's fair. It's a double standard, and I refuse. And half the time it's not worth the double standard, in my opinion. It's not.
Just giving garbage on top of garbage.
Garbage on top of garbage, and then want to be like, I'm the best that ever did it. No, 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 sir. No, no.
Usually, I find in heterosexual relationships, I don't know about other relationships because I haven't been in them. In heterosexual relationships, is really the focus is on the man. I know that's not for everybody, but I'm just like, I just rather watch a movie. I'll get more satisfaction from Reese Witherspoon cursing that man out in Sweet Home than having somebody go poking around in my home, if you know what I mean.
Yup. And then I'd be, I mean, nah, man. And they don't, the older they get, they still don't make a difference. I'm telling
And getting a wax is so expensive.
So you know
That
what? You know what my whole thing is?
it's like
If you want it that
$80.
bad, if you want it that bad, you could pay for it.
Even
And
if
then
you
some.
pay, I'm gonna take your money and go to McDonald's and live my
And then
best. I'm going to
and
Barnes and Nobles on your dime.
wait, and then
Be a
some.
fool and give me your money.
And then some.
Be a fool and give me your money and think I'm gonna go get this wax.
What they want you to do? Go get a wax so that they so that they feel more
Yeah.
comfortable.
Megan Thee Stallion just came out with a new song. That is how I feel towards men right now.
What she said?
She said, "Get on your knees and blank blank before I let somebody else do it for me."
John.
I said, not head on your knees. But for real, somebody gonna like your National Geographic.
That's what I'm saying. Like, see, that's the thing about
Somebody gonna like your
it.
forest.
And this is not just it's not just a men thing for me. I think people sometimes get it twisted that which you don't care for, don't think that someone else won't, or don't think that because you like someone and you want them to change something that there's not someone else that won't take them for exactly how they are, because that's a lie. And that's because I've dealt with people like that who think like, oh, well, because you want me or you think you have me in a certain situation, you think that nobody else is looking at me or interested. You're stupid if you think that that's the way that the world is working. And there are people who
I just want to take some time to say hi, Salter. I haven't seen you in so long, and I feel
Salter's
like you don't put
here.
us no more. And
I
I'm
haven't seen
really
Salter
hurt and
forever.
attacked. If you don't want to hang out with us anymore, just say that.
Just say so.
Because we know you be in the background now.
Watching and listening.
You know, and I'll be a scammer. Give me the money. Give me the money. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go wax it all off for you. You come back and now my forest is twofold. I done gained some other acres. I don't care. I'm going to Barnes and Nobles and I'm gonna live it up. I'm gonna get some coffee on your dime. I might go to a thrift store, get a couple outfits on your dime.
Because that's just how life works. Bree, switching gears again. So, how are you feeling about BookTube? Truly and honestly, how are you feeling about it?
In between.
Me too.
I think one part there was when I first started, I was so excited.
Yeah.
Super excited. There was
Yeah.
so much stuff I wanted to do. And then after that, I started to get really discouraged.
Mm-hmm.
Mainly because I think, not mainly, I don't think it was the main thing, but one of the reasons I found is I kept comparing myself to white creators.
Yes, it's easy
And I
to do.
realized that was just not it.
I
I shouldn't
still,
have done that.
I still struggle with that now.
Yeah, I shouldn't have done that. And then um yeah, so like if I'm being honest, like other
Mm-hmm.
than like you and Deidre and Shay and like other friends that I've met through BookTube, Nicole, so many names. Um Black Aweenathon has been like the highlight. I look
Mm-hmm.
for it every year. I don't think I would. There's probably going to be a day where I'm going to be like, ugh, I don't want to do Black Arenathon this year. But
Mhm.
that day has not come. So that's what
Mhm.
I'm looking forward to.
Mhm.
But like the day to day, month to month,
Mhm.
I don't really. And I also don't know, like, sometimes I feel like we're watching the same thing every time.
Mhm.
And like, I want to be more creative, but I'm having like trouble with that. But I also want to take like an extensive break. But I'm like, how do you take a break?
When it doesn't reward it.
Yeah, so I don't know. And I just keep reading stuff about being like a black content creator and like the algorithm, blase
Which
blase.
it really does like I think
So now I just read what I want.
I am almost done.
Yeah, I know you are.
Yeah, I'm almost done.
I know you are.
I
I don't think I'm there yet.
I just feel like the amount of work that goes into content creation just doesn't I don't get the you don't get your I don't know. I just feel like you don't necessarily get that in return sometimes. And so also being a black content creator, like sometimes it can be difficult to see someone who has like half of your sub count perform like outperforming you. You know what I'm saying? Because at
Yeah.
that time then you know what's going on in
Yeah.
terms of your subs. And so it's frustrating. It's frustrating and it can be, I mean, being completely transparent, it's frustrating and it's irritating. And so for me, I think, when I had shared what I shared yesterday on Instagram, like it's true that what's kept me going is that there are people who watch my channel and I feel like they learn something from my channel. But like I don't know how much stamina I really even have left in doing this. Like I love reviewing. I don't think I would ever give that up. Like I have always said, like, I would I mean, I hate to be honest about this. In the next couple of years, I may put all my shit behind a paywall.
A paywall?
Yeah.
What's that?
Meaning that like I will make content, but like I will go strictly Patreon.
That's what I want, actually. I was about to say that, but I was
Yeah.
like,
I may
I'd
and I
rather
mean
rather
not
just do
charge
that.
an ass, like literally like if you're
It
at the
would probably
$2
say,
tier, if you're at the $2 tier, you'll get all of my content. You get what I'm saying? But
yeah.
like I literally just can't, like the amount of effort that goes into it. I don't think people realize like, the amount of effort, and people have problems with that, with like why, like I don't like when like content creators just out there putting all this stuff behind, because at the same
No,
time
I think Patreon is really good for black content creators
I think
because
so too.
Kev on stage does well. Amanda Seals does well. Like, like it's a lot of energy to do it. I mean, and I think, if monetary gain is what you're looking for, you
It's just
got bills to pay, mouths to feed too. So
it's not even just about, and that's the balance that I think I just struggle with sometimes, though. It's like it's not about the money, but like I think that it just sucks that you have some black content creators literally dealing with the fallout of people who've kind of like fucked you up with the algorithm. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Like,
I
you
feel
go ahead.
I I feel really bad. It's you and like four other black content creators I know
Hmm.
who has really like George Floyd and people like trying to like profit off of that,
Hmm.
and support. I call it like fake supporting of black content creators after the killing and the murder, him being murdered. Um, I really hate any big thing that happens, or publicized thing, I should say, in the Black community, and people talk about it all in the book community, and people run and they subscribe just for the sake of subscribing, and
Mhm.
they're not engaged with you. It's
Mhm.
like they just added you to, like, tokenized you in a way, and I'm just like, you are really hurting that content creator. For me, when we're talking about Patreon, I
Mhm.
love my Patreon. Like, at first, I was like, oh, I don't know what's going on here. And I created my Patreon very early, I
Mhm.
would say. And I think I've had it over a year now. And I like my Patreon. And I like putting polls and talking to them and doing read alongs with them. And I don't know. I'm about to start movies again because now my computer is working. So, I like my patron. We have a
Mhm.
good time over there. But that's what it'll have to be one day. I'm already a patron on yours. So if you decide to go for the Patreon, I'm ready.
Yeah.
Is what I'm
I
saying.
just feel like, and not to say that, like,
I don't think you should downplay how you're feeling, Ashley. However you're feeling is how you're feeling, and you're valid
I
in
mean,
that.
I'm just
And
like, I don't think people realize, like, and we talked about this because, on Bethany's channel, um, we had that conversation, like Bethany and me and some other people were talking about it, like after that live show about, like, it's the booktube community does not really reward creativity in a way that does not cater to what is popular at the moment. Does that make sense?
yeah, that is
But
true.
it caters to creativity if it's something that is a current trend. So talking about things that, like, are not trending or engaging in
It will
material,
hurt you.
it does hurt you, and it's hurt me, to be honest with you. It's hurt me, and this year is the first time which, and this is how I know it doesn't, because compared to last year, I think last year I did a lot more content that I knew was going to draw attention. This
Mm-hmm.
year I'm kind of doing whatever the fuck I want to do. I
Love to
put up
see
what I
it.
want to put up.
The
Yeah, I put
discussions are great.
like, I vlog whatever I want to vlog. I talk about whatever I want to talk about, and I can tell the difference because I'm not doing as much content that I know is gonna 100% be successful. Now I'm just doing
Mm-hmm.
content because I just want to put the content up because it's
Yeah.
what I'm interested in, and the performance is so fucking all over the place. Like, I can get a video one day that I hit 3K, and then I have, like, the past 4 videos I've done, none of them are going to break 2,000 views. Like, I can already, just from how I watch my channel, like, none of them will break 2,000 views. And it's just interesting to see the up and down. My channel, for me, is frustrating sometimes because it's not consistent, and I think because I'm not a streamlined person, meaning that I'm not a niche, so it's always hard for me to kind of, like, determine. But that's just not me as a person. People have a brand, like, this. I know this person is known for this. This person is known for reading romance, and it's like, but that's not me. So it also, that puts me at a little bit of a disadvantage because it's like, you come to Ashley, you don't know what the fuck you about to get.
Mm-hmm.
One day you
But you're
can
gonna
get
get a good
comments.
time though.
You get a good time, but one day you could get comments, the next day you could get romance, the next day you could get middle grade children. It's like a mashup of every. But that's how I am as a reader, so that's what I
But I
bring to the
think
table.
I think that's important. Like, there are people, like, how do I describe it? There are content creators I know I can go to specifically for, like, horror or thriller or romance or whatever. But there's not a lot of why can't I speak? Content creator that you can go to and they read everything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think that's valuable. I think what you're known for is your in-depth intellectual um conversations. You don't think that?
I think I
Or
am.
discussions, there we go.
I think I am, but you know, it depends on if it's something that people want to see or not. You know what I'm saying? Like I felt like
Yeah,
the video that I did on book banning but challenging was important because you have people in the community talking about it and don't fucking know the difference between the two and using the term interchangeably, and they're not interchangeable terms, they're two different things. And
that's
so
what you
like
should do a video on. That right
what
there.
what
How many things are being said as the same thing or used interchangeably?
I just
Because
I mean
it's a lot.
I did that video discussing the difference between book banning and book challenging, right? And it didn't
Oh
do.
Lord.
You good?
Yeah, I thought I couldn't see you.
Can you see me?
Yeah.
Oh. Um I did the one on book banning and book challenging, and it didn't perform that well.
Mm-hmm.
And when I say, I think for clarification for anybody that's watching, when I say performance, is that typically what is considered a successful video on YouTube is anything that garners 10% of your sub count.
Sub count. Yeah.
So my videos at all times, if they're successful, should be getting at least 2.3 thousand views a video.
Mm-hmm.
But I have videos that fucking, like that video about the ebook platform banning. That shit's over 9,000 views. But then I have a video that goes right after it, and that shit won't. It shit will barely. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's not. And I think sometimes what I struggle with is that sometimes people in the community make you feel invalidated, or they make you feel like you're not appreciative if you vocalize what you're struggling with or what's frustrating about running a channel. So I feel like
Yeah.
some people are not vocal about it because they feel like people
They
are going
want
to
to
be,
be.
yeah, you should be grateful for what you have. And it's like, it's not that nobody is grateful, but you also have to understand that it's humans behind these screens that are making this content. And when you are putting a lot of effort into your content, or you are doing things that necessarily are not being done in the community,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
and that's what, okay, so let me keep it 100.
I'm ready.
What
Oh,
bothers
I'm just
me
loving this.
so much, I struggle with so much, is when this community complains about how everybody's doing the same thing. And then when people do things that are different, you don't fucking watch it.
Speak
I don't
your god
get that.
darn truth.
I
I be
don't get
trying to
that.
I be trying to do my mental health videos. They don't get played.
No,
But then oh, I'll tell you this off screen. I don't want to be that person. Remind me.
I will. I just feel like that is probably what's frustrating me the most, because some of my content is generic. And that's what's crazy, is that I feel like my generic videos do the best. I made a
People
video.
people love a wrap up. I'm
People
people.
love people 8
I'm
popular books
people.
I'm never gonna read.
I'm
That's so
people.
fucking generic. But that video has
I'm
over
people.
3,000 views on it.
I'm
I do a
people.
video about something that's really impacting this country right now, book banning and book challenging, and trying to educate people. That shit won't pass 1,000, 1.5 thousand.
I'm also
It won't
people.
pass that. That's mind blowing, and it shows for me. I think for me, because of the nature of my job and what I do, I think the value and the worth on the generic content is up here, and the worth and the value of taking something away that you can use in your life. So because reading is more than just reading is more than just Mrs. Me. I feel like reading is more than just entertainment for me. I get
It
entertainment,
is.
but I feel like it's more than that. And so for me, it's the entertainment value up here is more important to people than walking away and learning something. For some people, not everyone, but it
I
just
do get
shows.
I do get that. There's a lot of videos that I've been
watching lately, and people have been like, "Oh, it was entertaining." And for a while I've been like, why does that, it's not that it doesn't sit right with me, cuz I don't think that it sits not right or whatever it is, but I've never read a book and was like, "Oh, that was entertaining," or "That was not." Or maybe I just don't use that word. I'm not really sure, but I've just been very interesting of people like putting a lot of value on entertainment in books, and not saying that they can't. You know, you gotta live your life, but I've
Yeah.
just been finding that to be interesting. That that's like one of the buzzwords that's
Hmm.
going around. I didn't
That
see it
is
before,
aesthetic.
like
I
a
love
couple
their
months
aesthetic.
ago.
I love theirs. I'm like,
Yeah,
so for
aesthetic
me,
too,
I just don't.
and I like that word.
I know, and I'm just like, I just don't get like. I was watching someone and turn their video off one day because it was a non-black person vlogging. They have a fairly decent sized channel. Their views outperform their channel size, which is very, I always find that dynamic to be very interesting. The
Yeah, I know a
algorithm,
couple people
yeah,
that way.
the algorithm favors them. And like, I just got disgusted when they unboxed the book and they were like, sis, isn't she gorgeous? I'm like, fuck, no, I can't do this shit. I can't do this. I said, I cannot do, like, I literally cannot do this. I cannot do this with y'all. I can't do this shit with y'all no more. I really can't, because it's just so, I get so fucking aggravated with this community to the point. It's like, I love y'all, but I can't fucking stand y'all at the same time sometimes. It's just like, you
Yeah.
don't learn shit. You don't learn anything, nothing. And it's like, for me,
That's one of the disheartening things is when I see white people who I enjoy and like their content, I see them using AAVE.
and
it
profiting
it's
off
one
of,
of
they're
those very
profiting off of it.
disheartening things. And I'm sorry, I'm gatekeeping. Like I've said before, I do believe that things in the black community at large should be gatekeep. Other cultures gatekeep. Nobody says anything. When black people decides to gatekeep, people
Yeah,
get pissed and be
yeah,
like, "It's
we get,
pop culture." That is horseshit. I strongly believe that things should be gatekeep. So I do feel some type of way if people like, "Oh, it's a no for me," or "Oh, hey sis," and they're like, and that's that on that, and that's that on period. Like, you know, it's just mannerisms. It's odd.
it's just odd. I feel like I can't, like, I either have to attach myself to white booktubers that are successful. I have to be a lighter skin complexion. I have to be doing the stuff that
See you later a
people
little
want.
bit.
I just like it. It just is too. What I want to do, I think sometimes with my channel and like the direction I want to take my channel in, like I will take my channel if I do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, and so it's one of those circumstances for me where it's just really really hard trying to find that balance. And I made a video early on this year talking about balancing views for pleasure and views for numbers. And it's hard because it's like what people want numbers wise, like I just don't want to do that shit. Like I don't want to do it. And then like I hate to say it in comments, but like, you know, I'm not saying that everybody has to be analytical or you have to be critical, but I'm
Yeah.
like, y'all be getting entertainment out of people not even telling you what the fuck a book is about when they've read it. I don't like to me, like I'm not sure that I emotionally can process that. And I'm not saying that everybody has to be like me, long-winded to the point where I had to break my shit up. Like I'm like I have to vlog now because
You're
at this
so
point
funny. You said, "I'm not saying you gotta be long."
you
This is
you
the
don't
thing.
have to be long-winded. Like I don't have that expectation, but like you literally like have people holding up a book and can't tell you nothing about what they read,
Nothing.
but it's
This is the thing.
entertaining.
As a person who has random memory loss, as myself, I totally get There was this book I read a couple weeks ago, and I was staring at it yesterday, like, what the fuck was this book about? Which is why on Storygraph, I be just writing as much as I can, Lord, because I need to write in a way that it would jog my memory.
Yeah.
So there are times when I do a wrap up, and I try not to do them that off. Well, I wanted to make a goal to do them, but I get nervous doing them because I be thinking that people can tell that I forgot about the book. But what I do is I
Yeah.
go and read my story graph, and then story graph gets me right. So I'm saying all this to say, if you don't know what the book is about, at least take some notes if you know later on that you're not gonna
But
know
you're not gonna
what you
remember
read.
nothing. Like I,
Mhm.
I
I
just
love a good
don't.
note.
And I think that's probably the first time like I've been very open about like
You did say
how
that, Salter.
what happened.
Oh, I was just reading.
Oh yeah, yeah, and and doing numbers and like yes, you did say that you did, but it's like
Salter is another reason why I believe in gatekeeping. Like, kind of solidified it.
yeah, I
Cause
just
I'm just
feel
like, why not? What's the harm?
I just feel like it's very I think because like I said, like I had this discussion with Bethany and them, and I'm like, this is not my, YouTube is not my end game. Like I enjoy the community, and I do appreciate when like it's like a twofold thing because I appreciate when people are like, I watched a video and I took something away from it. Like,
Yeah, I
you know what I'm
love
saying?
that.
Like I love that feeling and I love that, but I also would be a liar if I didn't say that, you know, you feel like you're out here trying to make people actively aware of certain things,
Yeah,
or you're trying to make sure that when people watch your channel, like they're actually taking something away. And I mean, maybe people say like, they watch their favorite booktuber who, it just they get an emotional something from that person, a calming thing. But it's just like it's very interesting what community wise what we put value on in terms of what is highly regarded as solid A plus watchable content versus content that is not held in that same regard. And I have always said that
oh,
I
oh,
always feel like people who are smaller creators or people who are growing slower have some of the most creative content that I have ever seen.
yeah,
And it's
I
so
can attest
disheartening.
to that.
It's so disheartening. There are people who have more creative content from me and have smaller channels than me. And I don't understand how or why.
I don't be getting that
I
either.
don't I
That
don't
blows my
understand that.
mind.
I don't understand that. Like there's no way like that I should have more subscribers than someone, somebody's content I'm watching. I'm like, either they just bring so much to the table in their authenticity, or they bring so much to the table in terms of like how they talk about books and
Or
how they
editing.
or editing and then to turn around and see like somebody literally doing thousands of views and 30 minutes of like what the fuck did you just talk, you didn't talk about anything. Your
Yeah,
video was literally all fluff,
yeah.
but you get thousands and thousands. Go ahead.
There's a girl, white girl. I think she was on a live with you, Ingrid.
Yes.
She, I don't
Yes.
get why her
Ingrid.
channel is low,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah.
And like she talks about like common things that other people talk about, but her editing
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
is A1.
I
Even
think
Chloe from Thistle and Verse, very
very
niche,
unique content.
very, and does a lot of cool author interviews. And I just be like, how, Sway?
I don't know.
Even
and that's,
Audrey, perpetual pages. I'm like, why
don't
do
know
you only
why,
have 10K?
don't know why,
Don't in the editing,
don't
the
get that.
captioning, the color scheme. I mean, it's
The
giving
lighting is always on
the
point. The books
lighting, the
discussed,
personality,
the
the
books
honesty.
discussed are all, the reviews are always on 10.
The reviews are crisp, and they
Yeah,
script their reviews. They write a whole damn script for you before they do their reviews. Audrey, you blessed human.
yeah. I just, and it's like when I see stuff like that, who, like, I've watched them for years of them.
Exactly, and Jerry.
I think that they have been in the community just as long as me. And so to, like, you know what I'm saying? Like when you see people who just bring
Yeah,
so much to the table and you're like, why are you not at 50K?
yeah, I don't get it. And
Why are you
Jerry
not?
created quarantine pages, a slow read, and still on the 10K.
You know, you just, oh, it's fascinating. It is very fascinating the way that, and I'm not saying too, like, let's be honest, there are huge creators out there that I think are well deserving of the following that they have.
Kayla.
Kayla.
Gavin.
Kayla, Gavin.
Kayla, Gavin. Have y'all okay, I'm just gonna take a moment. I don't know if she's still here. Olivia damn vlogs. I am
Are
obsessed
calming as shit.
with those damn
They're
vlogs.
calming as shit. And
I'd be like, yeah, I'm gonna sit
I've
back.
been following Olivia for a while too. Like, there are creators out there that
Olivia.
I feel like it makes sense to me.
I love those vlogs.
But then you have people and I'm like, but how? But why?
Yeah. I'm trying to
You
think
know?
of other.
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you, like those are my three. I'm not gonna lie to you. Those, like, when I say like bigger creators, like those are my three.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are my
Yeah.
three. To be honest
I
with
was
you, like, those are
thinking
my three
like
that I would
there
stick
gotta
to.
be somebody else. I'm thinking it's literally Kayla, Gavin, and Olivia, like the bigger booktubers for me. Yeah.
That I
Please do.
enjoy
I'm
their
telling
content.
there is
Yeah,
not a vlog I miss. I
yeah.
caught myself saying, let
I
me go catch all her
those
backlog
are
yesterday.
strongholds for me in the community when I feel like their content for me is just it makes sense
And they're supportive.
and they're
So
supportive.
I
And
appreciate
I
that a
just
lot.
it's just
I
it's not,
forgot to text Olivia again today.
and people don't realize either too, like,
Jesus.
how much drama goes on in the back end of this community too sometimes, and how nasty it can get, and how sometimes people can make it big. And
I had a friend, associate, get big and like did something. I told you about it.
yeah,
And I just can't look at the person the same
yeah, I can't
anymore.
either, to be honest. I can't
My
look at them.
thing is like I'm not a nasty person. I hope I don't
Man.
put off that I'm a nasty person. So I don't be getting why people, and I think my sister has told me this a lot. Like I uh what is it? What is she how does she describe me? It's similar with like what Deidre would say. It's like, people just be thinking I'm so nice and they can say and do what they want. And
Mm,
I just be like, if I, even though I'm not going to change that about me, that's
mm,
just who I am. But
mm,
like, if you see that and you're like, okay, I'm going to do something intentionally to mess over her,
mhm,
I don't want you in my life. Like, that's cruel. Like,
mhm,
I'm never like, that person's real nice. Let me figure out a way to mess them up.
mhm.
That's rude.
I just didn't appreciate that whole situation. I didn't appreciate that situation at all. I wasn't even involved in it. But I do feel like, sorry, Liv, we're not trying to make you cry,
We're
but
not,
we're
but
not. But like
it's true.
literally, like I feel like these are people who stayed humble.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no lack of authenticity. There's no lack of humbleness. There's no like quality of content is good. Like, you know, I would
Olivia
never,
reads a latte. Sorry,
I would
people
never
asking.
look at you and be like, damn, bro, like, like I know people doing it and I don't understand how you got where you got. Like it's never like that. But I'm not gonna lie to you, it's like some
And it's
situation. Go ahead.
oh, just and it's not like an arrogance to it. Like
Uh-uh.
I think, like I mean, I'm not a booktuber by no means. I'm slow and steady, but like that's what I call myself. And like I just feel like it's genuine niceness. Like
It
Kayla
is.
slide into mine. I
Yeah.
ain't even have
It's not
400
weird.
followers, you know. So
It's
just
not
drop
it's
them.
not weird. Like I feel like I have talked to all three of y'all behind the scenes in some capacity, some shape, some form. And like it is always an authentic vibe. It's always an authentic space. And in this community, believe it or not, it's very hard. It's very hard
Hard,
to find that. It's very hard because
especially with white folks. I
especially
had to
with
say it.
white people.
I
Especially
had
with
to
white
say it
people.
on Beyonce's internet.
It is. It is with white creators, especially white creators that are larger. It is very difficult as a black creator to move amongst y'all. It really is. Because you don't know what people's intentions are with you, because I've had a white creator try to tokenize me at one point. And like I was not, and I'm very weary of people in general.
Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about.
I'm very weary of people in general. So if I
Not the
haven't
only one.
started with you, if I haven't really like, we just haven't like, just casually, just, we just talk to each other here and there. Like, if I feel like there's intention behind what you're doing, like, I'm very, and that's probably my thing too, is that like, I'm also not buddy buddy with a lot of people in this community. And I have said that plenty of times. If we not cool now,
She said
like,
no new friends in the
no,
last
no, that
live.
was what I'm saying. I was like, no, no, like really, like if
Yeah,
if I don't really
need
mess
to
with
cut.
you, it's kind of hard for me at this point to be like, oh, let's be friends. Because then for me, it's like one of those awkward situations. Like, why? For what? And you may have good intentions, but I just don't trust it, because I just see it like I see it happen too much, and then the
Yeah,
clickiness and the pettiness, and it's like I be looking at. I say, y'all, I'm about to say y'all motherfuckers ain't got no
Liz.
friends in real life, but for real, some people in this community, like, no lie, no shade,
Ain't nothing wrong
no
with minding
tea,
your business.
no tea. But some of y'all ain't got no real friends in real life, and it shows, because
Yeah.
your world and your livelihood is this community, and I need you to get friends outside of this community. Not saying that you can't have friends, because you're looking at one of my closest friends right here. Like, no lie, but like some people literally make this that they're so wrapped into it. And I was talking to a couple other creators about this. Um, just past weekend, I was talking to some creators about this. I said, I get nervous sometimes for some people who don't realize that YouTube is a very visual platform. That's what it is. It's a visual platform. You're not gonna stay young forever.
Man, don't
So,
remind me. I saw a gray
so
hair up here.
at what point are you going to come to terms with the fact that if you don't have a life outside of this, what's going to happen in 10 to 15 years when you're not in your 20s or your 30s anymore?
And then you need back support and bra support.
It's not going to be the same. This is not a long, like, you can't do this. You cannot do this for the rest of your life. You cannot retire from this.
Unless you like Jackie Aina. But from BookTube,
But from BookTube, come on now, even with Kayla having the amount, that's still in the grand scheme of YouTube, that's nothing. BookTube is nothing. Having 50,000 subscribers on YouTube in general is nothing.
Yeah.
And BookTube is a huge deal. But on YouTube, it's not like it's nothing to go home and sing to the cows about.
I think I think what backs up what you just said is I've been seeing, and let me know if other people have been seeing or if I'm just like seeing stuff. Just want to make sure I'm not saying things outside of my net. I've been seeing a lot of bigger creators, like YouTube creators, who have now joined BookTube, but
Yes,
they've already come with
with a
millions
following.
of followers.
Yes,
And then
yes.
what's been okay, I'm gonna speak my truth just a little bit and I'm gonna dash out. What has been annoying me a little bit about it is that they're saying a lot of them I've seen on Twitter or made actual videos of them then pooping on BookTube. And I'm like, you just got here. You just got that little milk on your
Well,
tongue.
because
Maybe figure it out before you start bashing
reading right
folks.
now is a trend. Okay, I've never seen reading be as cool as it is right now. Reading is cool, and it's never been like those of us who have been reading since we were kids, especially those of us who were into like graphic novels and comics and manga as kids and all this stuff, used to get fucking bullied. Okay.
Yeah.
Like this shit was not always cool. And people have to understand that there's a shift in how people, which as a librarian, I'm listen, I'm not bitching about it because this is what we've wanted y'all to do for years. Read a damn book. But I am fearful that it is a trend that eventually is going to die out. Because, and then for me, it's the trend and then the books that go trending. And I'm like,
Yeah.
it's so whitewash. We are back to fucking square one all over again. All over again. We are back to where we were pre 2020 when people swore that they were going to change post 2020. And that's why, on top of that, I get so fucking annoyed is that you have people who literally read nothing but white and they have the best content ever on BookTube, and I'm like, y'all just don't want to see shit change. Y'all really don't. You don't want to see shit change because you don't challenge yourself, you don't challenge each other, you don't check your friends. Y'all don't say shit to each other. I had saw people who they would go and 50-60% of what they were wrapping up in 2020 was by a marginalized author. We get to 2022, everybody white. Everybody's white. I just,
Yeah.
it's frustrating. It's irritating because
Or TBRs, but that's a whole nother thing. But it's the
it's
same thing.
it's frustrating and irritating. I think because I think that sometimes people don't realize is that this is a fucking game for some of you, and these are people's lives.
Yeah.
And the representation and giving light and shine to some of that material is hella important for kids that I see every day. And so for me, it's just like it's irritating to be like you go from this in 2020 to this in 2022, and the books that you're promoting and showcasing are not like I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. There you go. That's the thing. They have the list, but you'll never see the books reviewed because they never read them. They never read them. Black History Month is the most aggravating time to be in this space.
Aggravating is not even the word. Like, for me, I would say it. I'd be like, look, I read black all year, so it don't really matter. But like, if we're trying to be like, oh, let's only read Black, I just wait till Black Readathon come and I live my life because February is annoying. It's just annoying to see it. And then the thing is, I know, like, I know what you read. So if February, I'll be watching you, even if I don't, a lot of times I don't comment. At first I was like, how do people watch all these videos and not comment? But now that I watch a lot of YouTube on my TV now, it's easy why I can't comment. But I'm watching your videos. And then there wasn't a Black person mentioned all year. And now February come and you got a full rosters of the Black people, and then your wrap up was like, oh, I'm a mood reader. So I decided to read what's her name? Kaylee. You reading her stuff right now.
Who?
The woman who did the Wicked
Oh,
series.
Katie Robert.
I decided to read Katie Roberts and um what is Ice Barbarians. And then
Oh
that's
yeah,
it, you know.
I forget her name. It's a
I
pen
don't
name
know
anyway.
her, but
Yeah, but like, okay, here goes a good. And Sid knows this because Sid and I have talked about this. Um,
Sid. I like Sid too.
Sid and I talked about this. I think Sid this past week. Was it this weekend we talked about it? And I'm gonna bring it up because it is what it is. If you put it out there, thanks, Jessica. If you put it out there, I think it's fair to talk about. You have a book club
Ruby Dixon. Thank
in
you.
the romance community where a romance was chosen where the heroine was black, the hero was white, and he was a Nazi, and she was, I think, a lounge singer, and they fall in love. But it's okay because he was forced to be a Nazi, and the book is by a black author. But see, my thing about it though is that you read whatever you want to read, but you have to think on some level that choosing something of that nature for a book club pick, okay, and the
Oh
sensitive
yeah, I remember.
the sensitivity of what is currently going on in this country, like you somewhere in your head, I don't care if the author is black. I'm gonna keep it 100. I really don't care. I just don't think, like, for me, that's what I'm talking about sometimes with this community that just doesn't make sense to me, is that you don't have any, whether intentional or not, there's no awareness or thought process behind, would it be even appropriate to, even if the hero was forced by his father to be a Nazi, do you think that this is the climate that you would want to select that as a book club pick? Do you not feel in any way that that is, and I mean, they have since discussed no longer having it as a book club pick, but my thing about it is that, did you not think that that may be insensitive, or this may not be the time nor the climate to even bring that up? I just, I just don't think that now, like, but stuff like that happens all the time. And it's like, y'all just don't give a fuck. Y'all just don't care. Y'all just don't care. Y'all just don't, that, like, and I don't know why, as a black author, you want it to even, like, then the heroine is forced to work as his servant. Like, what the fuck you got going on? But it's okay because he was forced to be a Nazi. He didn't want to be a Nazi, but he was forced to be a Nazi.
Who be like, you know what? I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna write a Nazi romance.
I just can't. Like, I don't care
Mm.
how you flip it. What my issue with stuff like that is it humanizes situations that don't need to be humanized. Like, it doesn't matter for me in my head, it doesn't matter if he was forced, if he was not. Like, you're introducing an aspect of history and trying to humanize the fact that maybe they all weren't bad. Like, I don't have time for that shit. Because the same thing that you're trying to humanize, people are trying to take from history and bring it back today. And you got wannabe Nazis running all over this country. I got people literally in the next county over who engage in that shit. I don't have time. Like, nobody want. Like, this is just not the time. It's just not the time, nor the place, nor the climate. If you want to read that on your own, that's your business. You do what you gotta do. But like, using it, I think it's like a book club. It is for me. That's a stretch. That was a stretch. That was a stretch.
It just get worse and worse
But Sid,
and worse.
I know why. I feel like that's being used because it's like all these black people are okay with it. So why aren't you like? But once again, one or two of us is not all of us.
Speak.
It's not all of us. And I mean, we don't have to agree on that. I just don't think it was the climate to choose something like that. I just don't. I just don't think it's the climate to choose something like if you. I'm not against reading whatever you want to read, but book clubs typically are promoting and pushing out books to the masses, you know. And so it just is like, I don't know. Like, oh, it would have been a good discussion. I'm like, but who's leading the discussion? Because that's important too.
Not who's leading
It
it.
is. It is. People don't understand like nuanced stuff to that too. Like, it would have been a great. It would have been a great because I've seen people say it would have been a great discussion, and I'm like, but who's sitting at the table having the conversation? And that
Exactly.
makes all the damn difference. You can't have a whole host of white women talking about why this book is not it's not as bad as people want to make it out to be, but it's written by a black author featuring a black heroine that's dealing with racism. That shit don't make sense. The math not mathing with that. I'm not saying that white people can't talk about racism, but like, you want a white woman talking about racism that is being experienced through the lens of a black woman? That's the problem now.
It is. Oh. Mm. Well,
Someone said, did Candace Owens write that book? Child,
not.
Candace Owens
Don't
does
get
what she
her
does.
started with Candace
Please don't.
Owens.
Don't get me
Please
started with
don't
Candace
get
Owens
her
because
started.
I need bail money if I ever see her in
She,
person.
I've never, I don't know anybody that dislikes her more than you.
I can't
Whew.
stand her. Like, just
I just love her.
like, you ever look at somebody and be like, damn, bitch, I just don't like you.
I think my dislike for her really stems like if she was a white woman or a non-black person, I would be like, oh, it sounds about right. But she's not.
She's not.
And it's she ain't even passing folks.
No.
And that's just add
What, she about
insult to
my complexion
injury.
or a little darker?
Huh?
I said she's about my complexion. She's a little darker.
She's like my skin tone
Candace is a mess,
in the
man.
winter,
Like, listen,
summer.
and this probably piss some people off. Candace, honestly, listen, love who you want to love, marry who you want. That's your business. But Candace went and married that white man and lost her damn mind. Candace said "I do" and thought she turned white at the altar. That's the
She said
problem.
I white. What?
She said "I do." Eyes white now.
Nah.
Eyes white.
Oh man.
I cannot, man. I can't do that.
Not bruise her toes, Jessica.
Exactly. Just like every time I see her, I saw her on Fox News one night talking about. No, I don't regularly watch Tucker Carlson. I promise you, I don't. But sometimes I watch him because I just want to know about the foolishness that half of this country is absorbing on a day to day basis. And so um, she went on there talking about Megan the Stallion and Cardi B, talking about how disgraceful they are as black women. And I'm like,
But you're not even a black woman no more.
child, you don't traded your cards in. You only
We
you
already
only black in
accepted
skin.
them.
You only black
Just
because of
like,
your skin.
look,
That's
just
it.
like the U.S. citizen, once you give it up, it's gone.
Listen, you done gave up your cards, baby. You ain't no. You like Omarosa. Omarosa
No,
went and sold her soul, and it had the audacity to
she
try to come
regrets
back.
it now
She
and
tried to
wrote a
come back.
book.
Girl, we don't want you.
She said, "I's black now."
He said, no,
Kidding.
you still
Somebody,
white.
yeah.
You
I don't
still
want to come
white.
at these women.
Man, I just feel like
They out here living their lives, I guess.
I guess they are. Candace said black folks are Birkin bags. She picks the bags.
Not a whole mess.
She is a whole
I
listen.
just feel like, why come for Meg? Meg, I'm sorry, y'all. She my idol.
Her and Cardi got into it on social media.
Her and Cardi?
Yeah, child, she was threatening to sue Cardi.
Girl, when this happened?
Because Cardi was dragging her husband, talking about her husband was DL.
Who?
Candace,
Oh, I
husband.
thought you said her and Megan. I said, really? They the public?
Mm-mm. No. Candace Owens and Cardi B had gotten into it, and she
Man, you
wanted to
know
sue.
Cardi B reckless with the tongue.
She real reckless with her mouth.
She showed up hood.
I just feel like because there's a video of Candace in the kitchen barefoot making her husband a sandwich. I said, "Girl, you done set us back 50 years. Like
She
you
said,
acting like the
I'm gonna
help,
make
and
you
I really have
your
a problem with
cornbread.
that. You acting like the help. Stop.
She is the help. How you gonna act
Stop.
like it when you are?
Stop. Child, that and then you got white women out here losing their damn minds.
Man,
Tommy Lauren.
all she's doing is giving white women an excuse for them to behave in their racism and misogynoir and white men.
Tommy Lauren is disgusting.
Tommy, don't even know who that is.
You don't want to know who Tommy Lauren is. Tommy Lauren runs her mouth until she gets in front of someone who can really debate her, and then it just makes no sense. So she went on, which is the last person that you want to do this with. She went on Trevor Noah's show.
Why, Trevor?
I don't know, child, because if that
That
would have been the
man
last
read. He does
person,
an
then I would have tried to
educational
try.
read for fun.
That was yes, and he's intelligent as shit, and he's a comedian. Okay, so that's a lethal mix. That's a lethal mix.
So true.
She went on there
Beyonce's
and
in the mix.
was talking about um how awful Black Lives Matter was,
Oh Lord, fix it. It's a
and
farter.
and so then so then
The thing is, I do know who she is. I just don't acknowledge her existence.
so then Trevor was calling this girl out. Well, how do you suggest we protest? She didn't have an answer. Because she said when we peacefully protest, you got a problem with that. When Colin Kaepernick took a knee and peacefully protested, you had a problem with that. So how would you fix this? How would you solve the problem? She have no answer. She never has an answer because the only thing that she wants to do is go on her rants, and she's so insensitive
I
and
think
nasty.
she reminds me of Trump daughter in the sense of when she used
Ivanka.
to, yeah, she reminds me of her in the sense there are women rather they are black, white, whatever. But I see it more often with white women. But there are women in this world who just listen to whatever the big strong men and their family teach them, and then they
Hmm.
go and spew that
That's so dangerous.
that trashness, and that's when we get, you know, the white woman agenda.
Yes, she did just get called out by
I don't
LA
even know how to
County
nicely say that. She got called up by who?
because she got on Twitter the other day and she was talking about how um she was talking about how she was still registered to vote
Oh,
in
ooh.
LA but hadn't lived there, and you can't, she said, what you say, you can't tell me that the fraud isn't real. But then it was funny because in the LA, I don't know whether it was like the voter registration board or whatever, they quote tweeted her and said your registration is expired since da 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 due to inactivity. But if you would like to, so basically they were telling her like you're lying. Your voter registration is not even at, nobody sent you a ballot because you're not even active. Like
Just lying on
it's
Beyonce's
not. I
internet,
mean,
huh?
they all do that though. Like I did not know that Kellyanne was running for president.
Kelly Ann?
Kellyanne Conway is running for president.
You're kidding.
No.
The lady who would just be like,
But it's weird because her husband hates Trump, and so does her daughter.
I
It
thought
is
she
the
liked Trump.
yes, she does. It is weird.
And she and he's still married to her?
I don't haven't followed up. I know I think her and
I
her
guess
daughter.
people ain't got conditions.
I think her and her daughter had a very serious fallout though over that. I don't know if her and her
Listen,
daughter speak. I
love
don't
is
like Caitlyn
conditional
Bennett
to
either,
me.
Jessica.
No, I'm just kidding.
I don't either. I don't like Caitlyn Bennett.
I literally don't know who that is. But I don't need to know. I
No,
literally don't know.
you're not missing. You're not.
Yeah,
She
Erica. The lady is running for president now. Now go ahead and vote for her. Now show her your
I
support.
think, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that
Is she on the View? Why y'all saying this?
I don't. Is she on the View? I didn't
Y'all
think
know
that she was on the View.
they put anybody on the View.
I know that what's his face's daughter is on the View.
Who?
Um, he died. McCain. McCain's
Oh,
daughter is
not
on the View.
anymore. Not anymore. She
Oh,
been
she's
off
not.
for a long time.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, she been off for a long time.
I did. Why would they have her on?
On the View right now is a black woman who's a Republican. Um, Sunny, Joy, Whoopi, and something Navarro.
Oh, I need to go watch that video then of Trevor being of interviewing
Don't ask me
Kellyanne.
how I know all of that on the View. I've never seen that talk show a day in my life.
Yup.
She was just interviewed, and it's getting so many views,
Are you
millions and millions.
serious?
And I just keep looking at it. Oh, yeah, Anna is also a Republican as well. One of my favorite things recently on The View. So, Anna, she's a Latina woman. The other lady, she's a black woman. They're both Republicans. And I think the other black woman, I don't know her name. She was like, she's a famous reporter. And Sunny, straight face, was like, I don't get how both of y'all are Republicans. Like, I don't get it. And then they were like trying to convince her. And then she was like, I don't get it. It's just one of those things I would never understand. And then they were trying to like get her to see their point of view. And Sunny just was not having it. And you know, this is the thing. I like Sunny sometimes. And I also
Hmm.
like Whoopi sometimes. And I like Joy sometimes.
Yeah, Anna Navarro is still a conservative at the end of the day. And she is also a
She
reminder.
named one of her dogs after Whoopi. You
Yeah,
named a dog out.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I think that a lot of people were giving Anna, like Jessica said, I feel like a lot of people were giving Anna Navarro a pass because of how much she hated Trump. Like, she really, really hated Trump. But at the end of the day, these are some of the people too who were in the throes of Bush's administration, which also was not good. Would I take Bush over Trump? Absolutely. But was Bush's administration not good? Yeah. I mean, it's Bush. Um,
One of the funniest things about that, I remember being a kid, it was on news, and he went to somewhere in Mina, and somebody took a shoe and threw it at
oh yeah, I
him.
remember that video.
Oh
Yeah,
man, I
yeah, he
just
got a
remember
shoot on that
laughing
thing.
so hard
Yeah,
as a kid. I
that's
don't
funny
know
stuff.
why. I thought it was like one of the funniest things I've seen. And then when I went to college, my friends who were from the same area told me why it was disrespectful that the person threw the shoe, and that made it funnier.
I just never mind. Anyway, he also I forget where he was when he said that stupid because J. Cole used it in the song where he was like, "Fool me once,
Shame on you,
you'd
the
fool me
peace
twice."
out.
What do you say? Fool me twice.
I
What
put
do you
the
say? Fool me
blame on
twice.
you.
Can't get fooled again. It's something
Yeah, I
stupid
can't
he
get fooled
said.
again.
Can't get fooled again. I'm like, what?
I was like,
Hold on, I gotta look that up. The dumbest quote where he said, "There's an old saying in Tennessee. I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee,
mm,
that says, "Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me, you can't get fooled again."
I can't get fooled again.
I'm like, what?
Like, fool, yes, you can.
Yes, you can't
When
fool me
your daddy
once.
became the president, and then they allowed you to become, y'all fooled them again.
Listen, what's
Now,
his face was hot about that. Who did he run against? And they
John
wanted to do
Kerry.
they wanted to do that recount in
Hmm.
Florida because his brother,
Kerry was
he was
mad.
pissed because his brother was in Florida. I would have been pissed too. Good old Jeb was in Florida and his brother wins the highest or the most powerful position in the world. Like, I had somebody tell me today that Reagan wasn't that bad. I said, "You can kiss my whole ass.
Okay,
You can kiss my
I'm
whole
gonna
ass."
I'm
No,
I'm gonna change the subject a little bit. When you said Reagan, I thought of Watergate, or was that Nixon?
that
Am
was
I mixing
Nixon.
up? But
Nixon.
anyway, I'm gonna change it a little bit. So, do you watch Bailey
Uh-uh.
Saran? She does like makeup and murder mystery. I've been following her for years. She's so funny. But I do like how she's becoming more and more educated on her, like, of her being literally a white woman. Because
Yeah.
at first I was like, this like, but you can tell she is growing. But anyway, I was watching like 8 of her videos today, and she was talking about like, Janet Jackson and Justin Bieber, and like how Janet Jackson career took a hit when Justin Timberlake, not Bieber, Timberlake
Oh yeah, did that
rip
Super Bowl thing.
did the boob
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
And she was like, listen, Nipplegate happened.
And
Died. I was like, Nipplegate.
listen, but
So when you said that, I don't know why I made that connection. I know
it's
we're
a
not into
Nipplegate.
humor, but
But
Nipplegate.
that does speak to a bigger thing though that happens where like I mean, Justin Timberlake, I used to be like a huge Justin Timberlake fan, and then I just realized the cultural appropriation that went on. Like, Justin
Him, Justin Bieber.
wanted to do all this R&B, and then it was okay when you wanted to switch back and do your country western white boy shit. Like,
BS1, you own something. Nixon, Bush Jr., Trump, oh, damn, it went away.
None will get jail time. Go ahead, you could throw Clinton in there too. To be honest with you,
Man, the thing, I read this book
the
in
shit that the stuff
Ukraine.
that Clinton has done.
I read this book in Ukraine, and as soon as I remember the name of it and the author, and apparently the author is like prolific for what he does, he talked about what the Clintons administration did to Haiti. I will never forgive them.
Yeah, they
I
did
gotta
some.
think about the title of that book.
They did some trash stuff.
What the hell? Maybe I'll look it up.
If you know anything about me, that is true. They did some wild things. You think they're gonna let Biden run another term?
Nah, he done. He done.
Please look at that man out of office.
Listen, nothing against senior citizens, but
But
it's
he
time
got
for
to go.
him to.
He got to go.
He one
He
step
got
away
to
from
go.
a walker. I'm one step away. I have arthritis. You know what I mean? In the knees. He one step away from the walker. And his hair is translucent. And his hairline is in the back. It's almost done for him. So his hairline is heading out just like his presidency is heading out. So they're gonna head out at the same damn time.
I said they are not gonna let this man run
Listen,
another term.
Grandpa Joe gotta go.
He's done. I'm glad we were able to fulfill his.
Grandpa Joe is up out of
I'm
there.
done, Jessica. I don't know. But you never see her.
Jessica always coming in the
Where's
comments
she?
with the
Oh.
nonsense.
But listen, let me tell you something. Does she still exist? I was about to say she's somewhere at the border because that's what they always say she is. Is at the border. Every time she goes missing, they're like,
I
"Oh,
ain't
she's
gonna lie. When Kamala, when she said stuff, I'll be like, I'm gonna mind my business. Every
I just feel
time.
like, Joe in like, okay, so I was like, in my head, I felt like we had to get the Trump Meister out. I couldn't do another 4 years of
Not
him.
the Trump. Okay, not Meister.
We had to get him out because there's no way that I could do another 4 years of that trash. I couldn't. With
I
Pence,
was so nervous
I feel like
because
Trump.
Pensiana be about it.
No, let me tell you, because people see how
Pensiana
the
be
relationship
about.
was on the outside.
Huh?
Trump looked like the dom, and Pence looked like the sub. Okay, because it was just a weird type. And keep in mind now, I read all of those books about the Trump administration. So every time, like I would read in every single one of these books, each one of them talked about like the relationship between Pence and Trump, and I'm like, their dynamic was very weird. It was like a dom and sub,
It was a
like,
lot of
thing going
sexual
on.
tension between them two.
So I was like, it just very much so like he's just very like he was very subservient.
I'm
And
just saying.
it gave me straight BDSM sub dom vibes, and I'm like, I don't know
Yeah,
why I keep
they had a
getting
lot of
this.
sexual tension.
Really?
Felicity, you gotta go to bed.
You gotta stop. It's time to get off.
Pence was waiting for Trump. Exactly. Pence
Yes.
was ready to come.
I used to tell people too that like Trump was a mess, but Pence
Pence was
was
scarier. That's
Pence
why I
was
was like,
Pence was
Lord.
scarier. Pence was scarier because of the intellect behind that man. And if you look at Pence's voting records, it was like I was like, this man is going to go back and reverse everything. Like his voting records show the real monster behind the mask. And I was like, at first people were like, oh, somebody just assassinate Trump, and I'm like, no, please don't. Like, let's do our 4 years. I'm going to do my time.
Not I'm gonna do my
I'm gonna do my time.
time.
I'm going to do my time. And then the man, like, you know, we're
I'm gonna
free.
do my
Take
time.
parole.
All my life I had to fight.
Like, because I know people just don't realize how evil Pence really is. Pence comes off as this very like demure man, and he's really not. He's very calculated. He's very conniving. I think he's very nasty, but you would never know that.
No, I don't know. Those are the ones you can't trust, B.
But see, also people don't realize as well that Trump was not really like, don't get me wrong, Trump was an idiot. He still is an idiot. Trump has always been an idiot. Trump is racist. He's a bigot. It's a whole nine.
The whole situation.
But there were politicians pulling the strings behind him that people do not really talk about because they weren't in the limelight. Like my good old Senator Lindsey Graham. I cannot wait to get that man out of office.
Side note.
It's old enough, I'm doing a single woman campaign to get that crooked ass fool out of office.
I agree.
He's a lifelong bachelor, and everybody keeps telling me, no, you're on the DL. Just admit it. You don't want to come out.
Listen, Ulysses, I think Pence would have had us all in powdered wigs and necklaces.
We would have been in chains.
And turned. Digging them holes.
Digging Wade in the water.
Way in the wall. We'd have been in there, okay? And I just assume, I also, side note, and I know this has nothing to do with nothing. I was on Twitter and I saw if you download the McDonald's app, you get 10 free chicken nuggets.
You get what?
You get 10 free chicken nuggets.
I just feel like what?
I just thought I would share. I'm just saying, get 10 chicken nuggets, barbecue sauce, honey mustard. Really, the life is yours.
Right now, is this random?
It was random. I saw it and I thought I would spread the news if nobody knew. I didn't even know McDonald's had an app. They said, ba-da-ba-ba-ba, we apping it. And they apped on us. I'm just saying, y'all better get you.
But
You better get you.
Jade, are you from South Carolina? Because South Carolinians call him Lady G.
Why Lady G?
Because Graham there has been so much evidence and speculation. And no, and I get it. Like, it's not fair for anybody to out the man. But it's like, you are so anti LGBT that it's so confusing because we're like, but you're one of us. So we're just confused.
One of us. One of us.
Then you got half of the queer community talking about he is not one of us. He can't come to the queer cookout. He want to be one of us, but he know his whole party would turn against him if he came out. Then you got Tim Scott, who
Simone, that's a good question. Is it problematic?
Is what problematic?
To call him Lady G.
Yeah, I will admit it. It is very problematic to call him Lady G. Do I have that much hatred in my soul to admit that it's problematic and still call him Lady G?
Two sides of the same coin.
Two sides of the same coin. Like, if y'all knew how difficult this man makes it to live here.
Mitch the turtle?
Mitch looks like a turtle. Mitch McConnell looks like a turtle.
I gotta look this man.
You have to look at his mouth. His mouth is like you know how a turtle's mouth is kind of like pointed? Let me stop.
I can't believe. But for real, y'all, I don't know how long McDonald's stay open. Where y'all at? Y'all better download that app.
See, this is what the male escorts of DC know him. Like, it's just so. Yes, child.
The
Yes,
plot thickens.
yeah.
They better get their money.
Let me tell you about what happened in the
They better
governor. So
get their coin.
we have a governor race coming up. Let me tell you what happened, because this was wild. I had tweeted about it yesterday. So our governor, his name is McMaster. He looks like a slave master. He looks like he's from the antebellum South with the comb over, and he talks like
Wait, is the comb over like missing? Is it see through?
no. His hair is white, and it looks like, you know how antebellum South, how they used to wear their hair curl, and then it'll like curl
He looked
like that.
like the guy on the KFC box.
You know, look like the Colonel. Stupid.
Shit, maybe if you download their app, you'll get a 10-piece.
So basically, he
If they got one.
sounds like a slave owner. His last name is McMaster, and he looks like he's part of the antebellum South. Why this man is still governor, I don't know.
So what I'm hearing is that he looked like he's ironing his sheets for the Klan rally.
All the time. He might as well just go ahead and wear them to the press conferences. So there is a governor race coming up. And so the Democrats are they're doing their primaries right now. And it was a white man and a black woman who are running against each other in the primaries. And so another House of Representative backed the white guy. And so his name is Todd Rutherford. This story gets messy, y'all. It gets messy as hell. So Mia, who is the black woman that was running for
I like that name.
The Democratic nomination, she saw that Todd had backed Joe Cunningham. So she got pissed and was like, here goes Todd supporting Joe Cunningham, trying to hold on to the last shreds basically of his career. He's just pissed off because I wouldn't give his unqualified wife the magistrate position. So I'm thinking like, okay.
Magistrate?
Yeah, the magistrate. But listen, you gotta let me tell this one because it gets wild now. So then Todd responds and says, look at you putting down another black woman. My wife is qualified. She took the test 2 times, and you still refuse to give her that position. You're using the same rhetoric that these racists use, blah, 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 blah. So Mia quote tweets him and says, you next time you shouldn't cheat with and marry the babysitter. How's that for respect for black women? And so wait, it gets crazier. Now, these are politicians who are running for political positions in my state. This is what they do on social media. And she said, let's talk about how you were MIA when what'd she say? She said your county, they were gerrymandered out of their positions or something like that. So come to find out, curiosity. I said, well, who's Todd Rutherford's wife? Child, I went to high school with her. So high school and college with her. So she was his aide. When I think like right after we would have graduated.
From high school?
No, when we graduated from college. He's 20 years older than us.
She married Grandpa.
Supposedly, well, we know for a fact she was his aide.
Not Paw.
Supposedly she babysat the kids. And now she's a stepmama. I said, what is wrong with my estate? What is wrong with my... And so, like, my lines were talking about it, and they kept talking about her name. They kept dropping her name. I said, y'all, this is not the same girl that we went to school with and I went to high school with. They said, Ashley, they dropped a picture. They said, same one. I said, no. I said, this sounds like, have y'all ever seen Southern Charm?
I
The
need ice
TV show
cream.
Southern Charm.
I
This is,
have.
this is what this shit sounds like.
No, no, ma'am. I need ice cream.
So when Mia said next time you shouldn't cheat with and marry the babysitter, I said, oh
But she
no.
was the baby.
But she was the babysitter. I said, oh my God. Then our state newspaper did a whole article about how he was using the taxpayer, the like our taxes go towards the plane that some of the senators and House of Representatives can use when they need to travel around the country. And they said he was using it to take her on like these lavish vacations to Greece.
He was taking her on daddy-daughter dates.
But tell me why they took a picture. It was her, Todd, his two kids, and Harris, and they all took a picture. Somebody commented on the picture and said, "Oh my God, your kids are so beautiful."
She's one of them. One of them.
I said, "Sis," I said, "Oh my gosh, like, girl, like I like she's very like I could see her as a politician's wife. Like been that way since high school. I definitely get it. She was always a very very sweet girl. Like, you know, but when this all came out, I was like I'm so confused about like, you know, this man is 51. We just turned 30.
You gotta get it.
He's old enough to be our daddy.
I bet she really gotta find his member in his National Geographic.
Well, they just had a kid, so maybe it's not that hard.
She found it somewhere and the map.
But I just don't know. Like, I mean, no shade. Not like, I mean, I would be concerned about so many things. Like, I'm 30, I've had my first kid, but my husband is, and Liv, I hate you.
True.
I'll pause there.
I don't know if he gonna make it to the graduation of that kid.
I'm not saying anything, y'all, about if
He
you like
lost
them
one.
older. It's not him. I keep saying, yeah, he's because I couldn't do it. 10 years is kind of my limit. 20 is like, no, I couldn't do it. There's too much of a generational gap there.
It's not even that. And please, y'all tell me if I'm inappropriate. I'm eating my ice cream. It's a coffee flavor. I love it. Cold brew.
I love coffee flavor.
It's dairy free. Telehente. Love it. I feel like when you hit a certain age, you start making sounds. You know, when you're like, oh, when you're like tired, you get up, your knees hurt. So I think those sounds translate sexually. I am not having sex with somebody who climax like, oh, oh,
I have
oh,
though.
get it, get it right there. Oh, hey, lift that leg, baby. Ooh, I'm not. I gotta head out. Sorry, a line is a line. I'm not doing it when somebody that you about to cough up a lung on this puss.
I can't.
And I can't have it. I'm sorry.
Child.
No, ma'am.
Let me tell you, that whole thing on Twitter yesterday was so messy. It was so messy. I said, not this man.
Y'all had time last night.
Listen, Mia went and aired this man's dirty laundry all on social media. I retweeted it and said, meanwhile in my state. I just said, like, what the fuck is going on? Because listen, let me tell you how it started off. James Patterson had a book come out yesterday. It's called James Patterson by James Patterson.
We love it.
That's how you know you've made it. When you can name your book James Patterson.
After you, I love it.
James Patterson.
I love it.
And then Tammy said,
he said, FUBU for us by you.
And then Tammy had commented and said, why this look like this was made in Microsoft Paint?
He did it. That's exactly what he did.
James Patterson by James Patterson. I said, this man literally has nothing else to do, y'all. He's literally like, this man has so much money that he could just shit around and do stupid shit like that. James Patterson by James Patterson.
Listen.
Like, I just, someone said, sound like a preacher hitting his climax.
Listen. I'm just like, think about it, y'all. You getting ready to have your back blown out. Maybe his knee gonna blow out. You might have to take him to urgent care. But while y'all doing the thing, he's just every pump. He's like, oh yeah, baby, hold on tight. This don't move, baby, hold on. I'm gonna get this.
Please stop, Bray.
Oh. And then you get older, you move slower, so all you hear is. And now you waited. Your Taco Bell out front already delivered. DoorDash already hooked you up. You don't got a whole meal out to. No, I don't want that for me.
It's not for me either, y'all. It's just it's not my flavor of Kool-Aid. That's all.
Yeah, ain't nobody here for the slow clap.
Listen, I don't have some slow clap. I'm like, can you go faster, please? Can you speed up? And I try to be sultry with it, but it'd be like, well, why are you going so slow? Like,
But if you go too fast, you're gonna take their hip out.
I have had someone tell me that before.
Now you
My hip
with
is
them.
cramping. My hip is cramping. Better fix it.
Hold on, baby. I got cataracts in that eye. Libido goes down. You done lost Viagra.
He's gonna be on that Viagra. I know men in their 40s on Viagra.
Listen, all I'm saying, I'm just saying, there's gonna get a point in age where he's not gonna be able to perform in a way that you would perform. So if you hear for the slow cap and the Bengay smell.
I like the smell of Bengay though. I ain't gonna sit here and lie to you. I do like a good smelling Bengay.
If you hear for the rubbing alcohol, live it up. He might need to leave after that. You done inflamed his joints. You down bad for that.
That reminds me of Gretchen from Real Housewives of Orange County, who was married to that old behind man. He was like 40 years older than her.
Grandpa.
Yeah, it was her grandpa. That man was dying when he met her, I think. Liv, if you still on here, correct me, because I know you didn't seen it. Liv watches now. Liv watches her Real Housewives now, so I know she know who I'm talking about. But Gretchen married somebody who was 30, 40 years older than her and collected that money as soon as that man died. Yep, look at Aaron. Gretchen was gone.
Salter, not you fell asleep while you were in it. I need you to get off Beyonce's internet.
Oh, you fell asleep mid-stroke in your 20s?
Yeah, that's sad. You shouldn't have admitted that publicly. You should have held on to that close to the belt. Close to the belt. I'm just saying, I just feel like 20, and I'm out here judging my mama too. Mama got mad at me because my stepdad, who's like my dad, he passed away, but he looked exactly like my grandfather. So after Katrina, I was a little delusional, and he came to visit me, and I was like, Paw, you're here?
Oh, shoot.
And he's 17 years. He was 17 years older than my mom. And they got mad at me. I said, okay, but you really is Paw though. Like, you got grandkids. Like, okay, like, Catch and he had a cane. Like,
Oh
come on, man.
no.
Like, so really, I was telling the truth. Did you want to hear that from me? I mean, your daughter probably not, but still, like, you are still Pawpaw, my dude.
Still Papa. Nah,
Mm-mm.
man, I just can't. I like.
Jessica, go to bed right now. She said, "Were you taking a multivitamin?"
Wow.
Ooh.
It's time for
Y'all
y'all to
are
go to
really
sleep.
funny. Thank y'all. Y'all hilarious. Y'all are too
Oh
funny.
yeah. You're right, Liv. You're right, Liv. There was a lady on the Real Housewives of Salt Lake City that was literally married to her grandfather. So her grandmother got, it wasn't her biological grandfather. Her
They had to
grandmother
make it
wrote
do.
in her will that she wanted her granddaughter to marry her husband when she died, and she did. Her name is Mary, right, Liv?
Yo mama is doing the Lord's work, Aaron. And I need to
And
know
these
those
old men, let me
ways.
say something. These
I've
old
been
men
waiting
love
for
playing sugar
somebody
daddy.
to make me their sugar mama. I
The
mean,
sugar
their
mama is
sugar.
a sugar
I'm
baby.
not. I've been ready to be a sugar. I think I'm too old to be a sugar
No, you're not.
baby. I am. Don't you have to be in your 20s to be a sugar baby?
Shit. I've been asked to be a sugar baby since I turned 30
And why haven't you accepted?
because I have a whole child.
Damn, forgot about that little snag.
And mm-mm.
The thing
Yeah, so
is,
I
I
have
don't
to
like doing anything, so I would be the worst sugar baby. The worst. I'm like, what? If you want to sit here and during a depressive episode, we can do that. Listen, always. I don't have ice cream often, but that really did the trick. I used to eat the whole pint, but I can't do that anymore.
I miss ice cream. Yo, we need to get off, man. I gotta get up for work. I'm messing around with y'all like it's a Saturday night, like I can sleep in tomorrow morning. I sure enough gotta be up for work. This
Listen,
was
I'm
supposed
riding with you and I'm riding with Mark.
this was supposed to be a book.
It was supposed to be 30 minutes, is what
It's
she
supposed to be,
told me.
and I told you that, didn't I? I said we only doing this 30 minutes to an hour, and then I got to get off.
And look at
Four and
us.
a half hours later.
We could have sprinted. I ain't gonna lie. I like our book community that we've created.
Under two. Under two. I
I
really.
just be hanging out. So I really like our book community. Cause we be vibing and cracking up, and then we get serious, and then we crack up again, and everybody always making me laugh. I like y'all.
Bree, we like you too.
I'm just saying, had to speak my truth.
Mm.
I think I was supposed to do a post today on my Patreon, and I didn't do it. Oh, I was trying to get the A-OK from somebody else on a graphic, and then I'll do it. A-OK. I'll do it tomorrow.
Oh,
Liv, this is the second day, third day that I was supposed to text you. If I do not do it tomorrow, can you just be like, hey, you said you would text me? Can you remind me that I was supposed to text you? If I forget. And if you forget and then I forget again, a text is gonna happen. It just has to happen. And I threw my phone somewhere, so I don't know where it's at. but I have to do that. Not your break. Don't you go breaking my heart. Is that a song?
Mm-hmm.
Breaking my heart. Kiss or feel, baby. I don't really know the lyrics to
I feel like
that.
it came out in the 80s.
Probably.
Mm.
Not Mr. West. BS1.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Maybe.
Frozen bananas with almond milk. Mm.
Oh yeah, that's Simone, you are living. I love that.
That sounds like an excellent idea.
It is so good. Frozen bananas with almond milk. Ooh, sometimes I put a little agave on that joint. Mm-hmm. You can put some fresh berries on top, make it a whole situation. Sometimes I turned it into like a yogurt bowl. Let me hold on. Ooh. All right, phone got. Before we head out, I want to show y'all my yogurt bowls I used to make. I don't know why I don't make them anymore, and I couldn't even tell you how I made them. But there was a point in quarantine when everybody was quarantined, the whole world. We still in a pandemic, but
That was a
everybody.
very, very, very. I still can't even. The feelings that linger from that period of time, the sheer fear.
So that's one of them, and then
Ooh, why'd you
some.
stop, Brie?
I don't know. I like took a picture of every last one of them damn bowls. Oop.
Ooh, I'm off sugar too, Erin. Unless it's natural sugar, I'm off added sugar. So like, I'm still, like fruits and anything that has naturally occurring sugar in it, but like anything that has added sugar is a no go for me.
Yeah, I don't know why I stopped. This is the first. This is like the go-to one. It's just super easy.
What's in it? I see pecans, bananas.
And what is it? Chia seeds.
Hmm.
I put that in everything.
What was the chocolate stuff?
Oh, that wasn't chocolate. It was chia seeds.
Wait, the dark brown stuff?
Hmm. I don't. I'm not really a chocolate girl.
I
I
am,
put
and I'm
it.
dying.
Huh?
I said I am, and I'm dying.
Like I put chocolate in this bowl, and then I was like, I hated that whole experience. Not really a chocolate girl.
I love chocolate, and
My favorite sweets is like the vegan licorice, and I like cucumbers as a snack, specifically the small crunchy ones. And then I also love popcorn.
I are you talking about the ones, Liv? I think you eat these too. They're the smart sweets.
No, they're like Willoughby. It's an Australian brand. They're
Oh, okay,
bomb.
no. Liv, do
Um,
you eat the ones? I feel like you do, and I'm not bugging. I feel like I've seen this in a vlog or something where
Listen, but
they're vegan, but they have like peach rings, and
oh,
they're
I
very
know what you're
Sour
talking
Patch
about. That
Baby.
brand.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're called Smart Sweets. I was like, I
yeah,
feel like Liv, you've talked about them, unless I'm losing.
Sweets.
Huh? They're,
yeah. I was trying to go so I can comment.
yeah, yeah. Kick sugar, keep candy. Of course. I feel like it was you who. I feel like you have, but they're good. I love their peach rings. They're always sold out of peach rings.
Oh, frozen mangoes. Yeah, that's good too.
And they
Thank
had.
you, Simone. Ooh, what kind of melons are those? They're like tiny, cute. Listen, so when I lived in Ukraine, my host, mom, her neighbor sold, not sold, but I mean, he sold sometime, but he made cucumbers for the whole village.
Uh-huh.
And I hate cucumbers, and he was just like convinced that I would like his cucumbers because they were homemade, domashny in Ukrainian. He's like, no, ya sama, like I made them myself. And
Uh-huh.
I was like, I'm not gonna like this shit. And he took one cucumber from his one of his many plants because he built like this huge greenhouse to make the cucumbers. And
Uh-huh.
I ain't lying. That was the best cucumber I ever had in my life. I was like, sir, you're going to have to give me at least 4, 5 of them. And they were just so crunchy. They were so nice. And then ever since then, like, he would always make sure I had cucumbers and eggs. Loved him for that.
Interesting combo.
I mean, I wasn't eating them at the same time. Just the village found out that I loved eggs
Uh-huh.
and that I would eat a lot of eggs. So people always made sure I had eggs, cucumbers. What else they and tomato juice, homemade tomato juice. Like you usually make it with a soup, but the way they made it and like prepared for winter, it was so good. I would just drink it out of the jar. It was really good.
That's interesting.
Okay. So this is not.
Could you hear that?
Of you?
Uh-huh.
No, I think I heard before. I think sugar leads to cavities is dentist propaganda. Not the they're lying to us, feeding us lies.
Really? I went to the dentist yesterday.
I need to go to the dentist, but I don't get
Yeah.
health insurance after 90 days.
Child, I had to pay for Dental Plus because I know my mouth is a mess.
Damn.
Mm-hmm. Yup.
I hate that you can't get the back teeth really well. I try so hard. I have to floss every day. I don't know about anybody else, but I'm the type of person who gets a lot of foods caught in her teeth. And if they sit there, I get the worst headache known to man. So I have to floss every day. Sometimes, not even, I won't lie to you, a couple times a day I floss because it hurts. Like I get just this mind searing headache. I don't know if anybody else.
No, I mean I have to floss like twice a day because I mean I think I get food caught in there, but I don't have any like there's no like lingering effects or anything like that. But I now know that
Water floss.
yeah,
What's
water floss
that?
it's a water pick, right? It's a water pick that cleans in between, which is good.
Really?
They're
They
kind of
sell that on Amazon?
yeah. You can find a water pick on Amazon.
Is if it's expensive, I
Clinical
can't. I'm
is
moving right now. I can't afford a lot of expensive shit right now. Is it expensive?
It can be.
If anybody got a brand that's affordable and want to send me a link, I appreciate y'all.
Well, when you say expensive, how much are you talking?
I'm literally trying to spend $20. That's really
Or not? Yeah, you're not gonna get that for a good water pick.
damn,
Yeah,
Daniel.
a ghost.
yeah, you're not gonna get that. Like I need to get a water pick, but it's not in my budget right now, so I just use regular
Yeah, that's what I'm
oil.
like. It's not in the
Yeah,
budget.
it's not in the budget right now for me to get a water pick. But I need to invest because my issue is that I had braces and I have a permanent retainer on the bottom. And so it cracked on the right hand side. So I have a tooth
Damn.
in the bottom that's turned in. And so it's hard. The way that the bar sits, it's hard to floss. So my bottom gums are always irritated. So when I saw the dentist yesterday, she was like, we gotta take that bar off. Because it's not doing you
Oh.
any good, and it's preventing you. Because even when the hygienist was in cleaning my teeth yesterday, she was like, it's even hard for me to get the floss in there good to clean it out. But she said, before we do that, we need to, you have to get your fillings done. And my dentist yesterday, she's a sweetheart, but she came in, she was like, actually, she's like, your teeth are con artists.
Not con artists.
I was like, Dr. Gregory, what are you talking about? So your teeth are con artists, she said, because your teeth are beautiful. Visually. She's like, your teeth are beautiful. She said, child, you got a whole lot of mess going on in your mouth that you
Oh
can't
man,
see.
that's a hate crime. I'd have had to beat her up. No, I'm just
Yep.
kidding.
She said
I'm
you got a whole
totally
lot of mess going on in your mouth that you can't tell that I have cavities at all because of how my teeth look. So she said, I don't want you to get this misconception that your teeth are good and they're not. And then, we go from having to do a fill-in to having to do a crown to having to do root canals. Like, she's like, we don't need to do any of that. If you just get a fill-in, you'll be good.
damn.
Mm-hmm.
One of my teeth is a con artist. I've had to get 4 root canals on the same tooth.
Damn, Brie.
Yeah. So really, when
That's
I was talking about Grandpa, I'm gonna be making
shit in real
sounds
life.
soon.
And quite honestly, we've got to stop.
We gotta stop.
Oh, you heard that?
Yeah. Quite honestly, we have to cut it out.
Oh, because okay, so the video that's coming out tomorrow.
Oh, I knew you were editing.
So
I knew you were editing.
the video that's coming out tomorrow is things that I hate in books. And so, spoiler alert, I cannot stand the quote. Yes, yep, I am editing it. One of the things that I cannot stand is I released the breath I didn't know I was holding.
I can't stand it either because
I
I'm like,
cannot
so were
stand
you
that
dead
shit.
or were you dead?
And literally, when I talk about that in this video, I'm literally like, that anatomically doesn't even fucking make sense. Because if you're holding your breath that long, bitch, you would be dead. I fucking hate, like, I hate literally, I hate that quote. And it is in everything. It don't even matter the genre. It doesn't matter the age group that it's targeted for. Everybody includes, I've released the breath I didn't know I was holding.
Listen, are you dead or are you dead?
Like, if this is a way of you explaining that this person had a lot of stress or had a lot of anxiety, there's got to be a better way for you to explain that. Because using that quote, it ain't working for me no more. It ain't working.
Ugh, just the fucking worst.
Oh, hey, Karen.
Karen in the chat, what up?
I'm sorry, Aaron. I have been cranking out videos like.
Hey, Karen, what up?
Been cranking them out. Cranking them out. Don't know why.
Hey, quick question. Have you heard from Roxanne?
No, have you?
I haven't.
In months.
In months.
Yes, I thought about her the other day.
I notice when people go ghost.
Yes, because she usually, I knew she was busy because of her job and stuff. And so it wasn't that big of a deal. Sometimes when she would go MIA, like it wasn't like super serious. When she would go MIA, but she would always check in every once in a blue moon, or she'll send me a message. She's like, hey, I know I've been absent. Work's been crazy. But I haven't heard from Roxanne since like last year. Have you heard from her at all this year?
No.
I haven't either.
I'm like, I hope she's still living and breathing.
I hope she's okay too, because it's unlike her to have gone this long and not communicated at all. And like literally she has not communicated at all. So I don't know. She's
Man.
she's alive and well. You know how I know she's alive and well? Because she still
What?
updates her Goodreads.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
She still updates. As a matter of fact, let me go to her Goodreads page right now. Yeah, she crossed my mind the other day. I should have texted you when I thought about her the other day and asked if you had heard from her. Boy, I hate Goodreads as a platform, man.
Man, it's not user friendly. I'm like, y'all got all this money and just like,
Listen.
they need to
I know
revamp the
her
whole
review.
damn system.
It's amazing. I gotta go to a review that she's commented on because it's like, oh, she doesn't exist as your friend on Goodreads. Bullshit.
Trash, trash, trash.
Trash.
It's trash.
Trash. Trash. Remember, it was one night, man. You had kept me up to like 3:30 in the damn morning.
I did, but you fell asleep.
Bruh, and I had to go to work the next day. You saw I was tired as shit the next day. I texted you.
We both
I'm
were
tired.
texting each other like, how we gonna do it?
Okay, she updated her Goodreads a day ago.
Okay, is she alive?
She alive. She's been reading a lot of romance. No, that's how we figure out if people are still living. Let's go check your Goodreads. Okay, Bree, so what books are you excited for the rest of the year?
Oh, you know I don't be looking at nothing that's coming out. Other than Amari the Night Brothers Part 2.
Which comes out in August.
That's it. That's it for me.
What about everybody else?
I swear, people be like, "Oh, these are the books I'm looking for," and I'll be like, "No, that gives me anxiety, actually." Because I'll be like,
I can see that. I definitely can see that.
You see, yeah,
Yeah,
it gives me anxiety. So I don't even pay attention to it. Y'all, again, fucking Twitter propaganda. I'm telling y'all, McDonald's, download that app.
They're listening to you.
Download that app. Get y'all nuggies.
Bloodlight Fate. Yeah, doesn't that come out by the end of this month?
Bloodlight Fate.
No, am I thinking the right thing?
Oh, I hate to bring it up, but I already have that. I got it months ago, signed by her.
Now, that doesn't come out till September, right?
I'm ahead of the game.
No, I think it comes out in August. It comes out this fall.
Listen, it came out on my shelf already.
Okay, you know what? I want you to go ahead and flex because you deserve to flex, all right? Like, flex.
I'll get the flex often.
So I need you
stuff, man.
I need you to flex on this one.
I'll be so jealous of folks, and I don't be getting a chance to flex. So I'm a flex a little bit.
I need you to flex on this one. Man, listen, let me tell you what I got FOMO on today. I saw Tia had uploaded an Instagram picture today where they sent her a copy of Swim Team, the middle grade graphic novel with the swim cap and all that shit. I was like, but where's my box?
Man, there's a lot of boxes that even you got that I'm just
okay.
Like,
the only one that I think you felt like you were salty about was the Arusha one.
I was salty as a mother.
I was the like, pajamas. You were salty about that one.
I said, me and my girl Nicole is doing this year-long reel.
I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming. As soon as I got the box, I said, Bree gonna be salty as fuck because they've been doing this read along.
I'm still swimming in salt. I'm still swimming in salt. And you know what? Sometimes I think I don't advertise things well on YouTube. Well, in addition to the algorithm being what the fuck it is. Because I just don't be getting views on things. I'll be like, y'all not excited about these middle grades? And nothing. But my Black Classics is coming up a little bit. I like that. But
I
Black Classics and that one don't be getting nothing.
I try. Let me tell you how I get the book offers that I get. I
All
don't think
right.
I don't think it's from YouTube.
Share the word. You
I
think it's
think
for
it's from.
Goodreads?
I think so. I really genuinely think so because a lot of stuff like I mean my videos do well, but like I don't think they perform well enough that it's like, oh, we need her to promote our stuff. I think that because because when they email me, they're asking me to review. Would you be interested in reviewing? Can you review? Can you review? Can you review? And I think that's because of my standing on Goodreads is what gets me those review copies, to be honest with you. I don't think it has anything to do with my YouTube, but because I'm a top reviewer, I was a top reviewer globally. I don't know if I still have a global standing or not, but
How do you know if you still have it or not?
you just go to my profile and you can see.
Oh. Today I got a message on Facebook saying, I gotta let you know. I said, this is embarrassing, but also not. It said, congratulations, you're a top fan of Sierra. Now you have a special badge.
I'm done. I'm done.
I said,
Yeah.
I'd like every post. I'd be like, yes, Queen Sierra. Yes.
Yeah. So like this week, my reviews, like I dropped. Like I was 26 last week. I'm 51. Oh, I didn't even rank this past week.
Damn.
So
You
like
slipping on your pimping.
it changes regularly, but like I constantly sit in that best reviewer category.
Ooh. So you
So
saying I gotta do more stuff on Goodreads? But
I
I'm a
mean,
story graph girl.
the thing about it though is that publishers look at Goodreads heavily. And I don't know how difficult it is to break into the top reviewer positions. I know how much once you're in there, I know how much it can fluctuate. Like, sometimes I'll be in the top global reviewer and sometimes I won't be. I'm usually always somewhere in the best reviewers for the US, but global I dip kind of like in and out.
But I don't write reviews like you though. Like I don't have the
There are some
energy for
people, but
that.
let me be 100. There are some people who are best reviewers and they don't review. It's just a popularity thing. Like those people who write one sentence and their reviews get like 400 likes, but it's a one sentence review.
Oh.
I don't
Lately
know. I don't know if publishers take, in that sense, I think that publishers will send them stuff on popularity basis. I mean, I don't know if this is really the truth. This is just how I'm perceiving it because I don't know why else I would get offers to do some of this stuff. Like, and then plus with their children's stuff, Macmillan always sends me their kids' stuff unsolicited now. They send me picture books and board books and stuff like that unsolicited because I'll review this stuff and that stuff is not really reviewed. Like picture books don't get that many reviews on Goodreads.
Oh. Yeah, I'm a story graph girl.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, that's what I said.
And
That's what I said. The ranking is kind of it's kind of shitty because you have some people who are ranked that actually do review, and then you have people who are ranked who they're not really reviewing. It's just because they have a large following on Goodreads. But I feel like publishers do look at that because whenever they ask for a review, they ask you, can you please post it to Amazon and Goodreads?
oh, I'm starting to post stuff on Amazon, but it posted in my name, not in my like,
Can you change your name?
I don't know how, because I review every manga I read on Amazon.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I do. I'd be like, do, 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 do. Also, I'm obsessed with that app you gave me because I've been living my life reading Moriarty. They have every chapter. Love it. Love it for me. Wait, I'm on chapter 20th? I thought I was on. Hold on.
Wait, what did I
I
do?
thought I was on chapter 17. What happened? Yeah, I should be on chapter 17.
Uh-oh. Hold on, I'm
Yeah.
gonna mute myself really quick. Hold on.
Hello, y'all. What up? She just gonna keep this male escort of DC, know him, on the screen. Ew, Ulysses, really? Well, I'm gonna have to cut that shit out then. So I'm looking at my Goodreads right now, y'all, and then I do review. I copy and paste now. Like for the last month, I realized it's been really helpful for me to copy what I read, um, like copy my review from Storygraph onto Goodreads. But I think there's a discrepancy though from Goodreads to Storygraph because I think I messed up because on like my most accurate, like if you wanted to read accurate reviews, I would go to Storygraph first. But on Goodreads it said that I read 108 books, which I know that to not be true. But then Storygraph, I think I read like 119, 120. Hold on, let me get to it. Man, the way I've been wanting to read Black Cake, Dial A for Aunties, and Dating Dr. Dill, and Crying in H Mart. Will I ever get to them? That's the question. Anyway, I'm being tangential. Let's get back on to the subject matter. Okay, yeah, 119 books. And yeah, I thought I was going to finish 2 books today, but that didn't happen. Try to make that goal happen tomorrow. Yeah, I'm wondering where the discrepancy came from. Maybe there were some books, because I'd be updating Storygraph more often than I do Goodreads. So I'm wondering if I read something and I just kept it on Storygraph. I'll have to like pull them up like side to side because I honestly don't know where the discrepancy could have come from. Also, I forgot I have a live show tomorrow, so I have to finish that book, and I haven't even started it.
Okay, maybe we should get off then.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go to sleep though.
Yeah, I need to go to sleep.
No, I looked up that Agent MG17. That wasn't it. Yeah, 45 minutes. We still up in it.
Yeah. All right, y'all. We've been here for 5 hours. It's time for us to go. Bree needs to go to sleep. I need to go to sleep. It's been real catching up with y'all.
It has. Let's
Hmm.
not do 5 hours again, but let's do it again.
Do it again, but if it's 5 hours, it's on the weekend, not during the middle of the week.
Yeah, that's true. I'm here for a 5 hour.
Hmm.
We can. And hopefully the next time you see us together, I'll be in my new apartment. Yay.
Yay. All right, y'all. Be easy. Good
We out.
night.
Good night.